Hey everybody. Sorry I'm such a mess. I'm sorry life is such a mess. I'm sorry everything is a mess. Everything is fucked up right now. People are fucked up. Let's put the right, you know what's really fucked up right now is chat, actually. Not you, chat. I mean, the fact that I have the wrong chat on screen. Don't I? Yeah, I do. I know how to fix that. I know how to fix that. I can fix it. We can fix it, chat. Let's fix it. Okay. Refresh. I'm gonna refresh my chat. There we go. Refreshed. Let's get ready to rumble. Oh my god. Yeah. This is a mess. This has gotten really bad for RGR. RGR doesn't have many friends left. There are some people out there, mostly at this point, just trying to damage control, right? A lot of even RGR supporters, you know, they're not getting on board with her take, right? Because that's toxic. That's not a viable take anymore, and that's a good thing. Okay, so I guess the one good thing to come out of this is that, like, some of the worst excesses of debate bro culture, some of the worst takes when it came to this stuff, right, are now come with a social cost, right? But there's something here that doesn't feel right, okay? And here's what it is. Riley's takes, Riley's points of view, Riley's attempts to jacket RGR and others, those are wrong. Those are fucked up. But Riley's not the only one doing that shit. This isn't Riley. This is debate culture. And I'm afraid that debate bros are getting a pass on this one, right? The debate bros that created this culture, the debate bros that incentivized Riley to be this way, the, you know, horrible take factories that, you know, pass for stream chats for some of the big streamers out there, right? This is where the shit comes from. This is the technique. This is how it's developed. This is blood sports, okay? And although you can see, and there's no denying, that RGR's attacks on Doe lacked humanity. I feel like putting this all on one person and letting the people that created this environment go and ignoring their contribution, because they're all washing their hands of Riley right now. They're all washing their hands and be like, no, not me. And oh my god, it feels like the infection is like going back underneath the surface, right? It feels like what I'm afraid of is that, you know, nothing gets solved by that you get this catharsis of having, you know, punished this one person, and then nothing gets done about the problem that created that brought Riley to be what she currently is, right? Does that make sense, chat? Not many RGR defenders, just demon mod haters. That is, yeah, that's true. She found a hole and she found a hill and decided to die on it. Debate bro literally admits to lying just to win debates. Debate bros only care about winning. Yeah, and that's what creates this necessity to get that W, right? And this, like, you know, admiration almost. This is what happens, is people started to admire deception. People started to admire obfuscation. People started to admire decontextualization. They started to regard these as basic debate tactics. And therefore, okay, I thought Dylan was defending RGR on Twitter. Did Dylan walk that back? Listen, I think I know the post that you're talking about. Let me find it here. I think I know the exact post that you're talking about. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Dylan post, okay? A little bit. I know somebody sent it to me. Okay, so is this the post that we're talking about here? Obviously not. No comment check. You have to enable your JavaScripts first. Okay, so is this the post that we're talking about? Actually, let me put it up here. That's the they admire deception as if lying for a gotcha is okay. Yeah, and it was pointed out, like, though, like, you know, that. So, what I think was happening was this, okay? And this isn't just my idea. This is the contra. My bad. I spoiled it. Wait, you spoiled it? Thought Dylan defended. Wait, this is the thread that you're talking about, though, right? No, we were gonna get to this. We were gonna get to this anyway. Oh my god, you like literally can't read it here. Let me get my shit together. I think that's a little bit better. Okay. So is this this is the tweet that people were talking about, right? Yep. Okay. Okay. Having a bad take does not give you the right to treat a human being like scum. Jesus. Green on Shinigami, yeah. That shows you it's not that hard to get green on Shinigami, right? Like, right? You can have some suspect takes. You can do some suspect platforming on trans issues and still, you know, be green on Shinigami. Shinigami guys, if anything, they're a little bit forgiving, right? They're not like, you know, when I introduced them into the conversation with Gammy, the entire Gammy sphere was like, but that's just a random extension. It's like, oh, you haven't heard of it. Surprise, surprise, right? You know? Because you're all red on Shinigami eyes, right? Anyway, so let's okay, first of all, I wanted to say that if you take this out of context and you just take it as a statement, I agree with that. Okay? Having a bad take does not give you the right to treat a human being as scum. Jesus. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Do you think, though, that there might have been a time that Dylan treated a human being like scum? Oh my god, chat. Wait, is that possible, chat? Do you think that could have happened, though? Like, yeah, don't treat a human being like scum. Wait. What do we have here? So I'm about to say, like, good take, Dylan, like, in a certain way, in that, like, you know, I think that some of the shit has gone, I feel like, I don't know, chat, like, RGR's take's terrible, and I hate it, and I think it's dangerous, and I think you can't just say that, well, no, this is just a bad take. Like, that shit's wrong, right? Yeah, so it's, in other words, like, Dylan's wrong on a level. Like, a bad take can do harm, and it's kind of a privileged, you know, point of view to act like it can't, right? I mean, I want to reach out and say, yeah, treat everybody like human beings, and I do want to remind people of that. And once again, let me say it again, no harassment. You know, don't add toxicity to this, like, trash fire, right? It doesn't need it. but I'd be remiss if I didn't remind us all of how Dylan's been in the past, right? So don't treat a human being like trash.
I can't look at like Demon No Comment Chick in chat and not see.
Okay.
I can't look at like Demon No Comment Chick in chat and not see red. Like it is.
No, look.
If there's anybody on Twitch that I actually think's like a complete scumbag, wait, no, I want to be able to say this. I think it's her. She is genuinely
complete scumbag.
Genuinely. Like,
so, you were treating me like scum already, yeah. And then you just said it. And then you just said the quiet part loud there, Dylan. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. What do you expect? What do you expect from this guy? What do you expect from debate bros at this point, right? Other than hypocrisy. And that's the problem. Debate bros are the problem. Not Dylan, not Riley, not individual debate bros, right? But, like, the culture. The culture is problematic. The culture is just a mess of hypocrisy and dishonesty and bad faith, right? That's the biggest thing you can be attacked for as a debate bro, is showing bad faith. But like I don't see anything but bad faith as far as the, you know, from one side of the debate sphere to the other. Hey, Umar. Out of context for sure, but I think there was a back and forth about how people were attacking her jobs. Him and Doe got into it. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing where I really have a question. Like, what do people think about that? What do people think about the... So there's been an effort to, at the Maryland Bar Association, which were Riley to graduate and take the bar exam, you know, she'd be a lawyer in Maryland, right? And so, you know, people basically are saying that because she has, you know, publicly framed somebody for something that they obviously didn't do, for something really vile, just weaponized the idea of, you know, wearing no shoes in public as being somehow equivalent to child sex abuse, to a child sex abuse victim, right? So that's disgusting. And I absolutely see where people are coming from. And, like, some of them, you know, are phrasing it like, you know, that, like, you can't have a lawyer that has this kind of judgment. Forgive me if I'm trying to follow the line of logic here. Debate bros are the problem. Dylan is debate bro, but is an individual... No, wait, he is a problem. Yeah, he is a problem. No. What I mean is... Let's say that, okay, so here's Dylan's fear. Dylan's fear is that because I'm trans, I have a magical cancel wand and I can just wave it over his head and go poof, and all of his shit's gone. Everything that he's worked for just disappears, right? We all know that's not true. Except for Dylan, right? Dylan fears this. That's Dylan's, like, you know, cis fragility, is that trans people have a magical fucking power and it's scary and I gotta get a handle on this no comment chick. That's why he was so aggressive with me, right? That's why he went after me the way that he did. Because he thought I was dangerous. He was a little bit paranoid, honestly, about me, right? So yeah, is that problematic? Yes, that is very problematic, especially for me. I have experienced how that is problematic, and it has had a direct and material effect on my life, all right? But that being said, if I did have said magic wand and I could in fact wave it over Dylan's head and Dylan's social media stuff just goes poof, would that solve things? And the answer is unfortunately no. The answer is that the problem is still out there. So it's not that I don't think that Riley is culpable for a lot of this bullshit. She is. She's been irresponsible. You know, she did a really bad thing, right? In full public view, and that's what's coming down on her. What I'm saying is that, like, you know, focusing on Riley might take away from doing something about the problem. And I think the problem is debate bros, debate culture. People don't just get like this. People don't just become toxic like this. They exist in environments that are permissive of this kind of stuff, that, like we said before, admire this kind of stuff, right? So even if Riley is no longer a factor, the thing that created Riley and made her the way that she is. So yeah, that's my deal, is I don't like the idea of just like one outlier getting punished and then everybody thinking, oh yeah, we took care of the problem. No, the problem is still out there. The problem, the problem remains, right? The fear is that they will cancel themselves. When you create content pointing out the problem, you are destroying their religion, their influence. That's the fear. Yeah, that is true. It is kind of like a religion, the way that the parasocial relationship develops in most of these communities. Debate bro culture is instrumental in silencing and removing the visibility of oppressed voices. I lost patience with RGR when she joined Xanderhole, and oh my god, yeah, that was fucked up. That was fucked up, and I didn't actually realize how fucked up that was. When that, like, I think that, okay, so that all happened maybe before I was a content creator, and then when I heard about it, you know, it was presented to me by, so just full disclosure, Riley and Xanderhole were my friends back in the day, right? I've had each of them on Bird Brains. You know, I told you before that, you know, my initial strategy on Debate Bros was to try to gain their trust and push their discourse to a slightly less destructive place, right? And obviously, you know that I've found that that's not a good strategy. That doesn't work. That's not the way to go, right? But there was a time when I was friends with, you know, Demon Mama, Riley, and Xanderhall, right? And when I heard the story about Calvin Guerra, I heard it from them. And I heard from them, we got Calvin Guerra to take down his vile shit. And I was like, cool, great. You know, I wanted to believe that. I wanted to believe that my friends were good people, right? And then I had the debate with Vivian, and when Vivian brought that up, I just, you know, hand waved it away. When I looked more into it, I saw, you know, what actually happened was that the trans community was trying to deal with Calvin Guerra and was having some success. And that Xanderhall's rehabilitation, which is what that ended up being, of Calvin Guerra, actually long-term hurt things, didn't help things. Those videos that got taken down, they got put back up. That was just a PR move. They just ran interference for Calvin Guerra. You're absolutely right, yeah. Yeah, they just looked for clout and farmed it. That's the thing. And that's another problem with Debate Bros, right? Is that, like, you know, they don't really care about questions of justice, questions of impacts on marginalized people. What they care about is money, is clicks, is views. So when they're presented with somebody who has a lot of clicks, views, clout, right? The first, you know, easiest way to get clout out of that is to be useful to that person, right? And they made themselves very useful to Calvin Guerra. I didn't see it that way because the version of the story I got was filtered through Riley and Xanderhall, but that's the truth of the matter. That's what all the CRT crap is about. That's why Debate Bros switched to Gamergate tactics as soon as they are called out. I didn't see the enmity with Xan and RGR. Xan antagonized me? What? Oh my god. I made one video. Oh my god. Yo, that's another thing about Xanderhall. Motherfucker cannot take criticism, right? Not even a little bit of criticism. Yeah, that was something that I noticed about Xanderhall too. Yeah, early on. And like I was... So when we had... I think I might have even brought it up when we had our debate. That I thought that Xanderhall was... how did I put it to him? I think I said that the thing that you're afraid that these people are trying to do to you, they don't have the power to do to you, okay? And you are in fact doing that thing that you say is wrong, that you say is bad, to them, when you could just take the opportunity and just kind of like sift through the stuff and say, okay, I think this, and this is something I can improve on. Thank you for this. I don't agree with this, but, you know, at least some effort, right? To be responsive. You know, to not have that perception. Because Xanderhall's trying to be, you know, at least early on, Xanderhall was trying to be a cis creator for trans people. And if he wanted to do that, you know, he very much, same with Vosh, needed to open themselves up to the trans community. We saw what happened with Vosh, you know, the few times that he debated a trans person and then just had some weird-ass take where he blamed his frustration with the individual trans person on all of trans people, right? So those were like huge meltdowns, right? Tone policing is big amongst that crowd. There's a Twitch streamer named Bad Bunny. As soon as she broke off from them, they treat her like complete and total crap. Oh yeah, no, that's true. Bad Bunny has gotten a lot of harassment, a lot of unfair And given, you know, like that, yeah, Bad Bunny has a fucked up history. I feel like Bad Bunny's done a lot more to address that and to show that she's learned from it than somebody like Shoe on Head, for instance, right? Doxing, online abuse, traumatizing a lot of non-involved people. Oh wait, the fact that RGR labeled Doe an abuser would stop, would also stop her from being able to take on advocacy positions in the community. Debate bro, tit for tat is destructive IRL. Hey, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Unfortunately, though, I want to open your eyes to something. That phenomenon that you just elucidated is not endemic to debate bros. I've seen that in lefty, you know, quarters too. I've seen that among, you know, more, you know, intersectional, or at least, you know, people that see themselves as being intersectional too. The tit for tat thing, the mutual assured destruction, the you know, I'm dealing with some people that have that in for me right now, right? That ostensibly were on the same side as me, that worked for a lot of the same goals that I worked for, but that now, like, it seems like their only goal is to end me, right? In any way that they can. And I'm sorry, but swing and a miss, right? I learned something from my situation with Dylan. Unfortunately, it seems like y'all did not. Okay? And y'all are looking like drama right now. Y'all are looking like haters. And that is not what I came at you with. I came at you with incredibly good faith. And a friend of Vosh, oh wait, who's a friend of Vosh? People, Shoe on Head, yeah. People only tolerate Shoe on Head because she's pretty, probably also because she's, you know, got views, right? She's got followers. Zan defended Shoe in the same video. Oh god, yeah. I need to watch that sometime. Phoenix, send that to me. I didn't know about this. I knew about, I know that Zan's gone after some pretty small creators, right? In fact, one of my friends, Liability Lefty, you know, was one of the people. That's Liability Lefty was at least part of the first half of that debate that I had with Sanderhall. That famous debacle of a debate. Oh my god, that thing was a mess. Yes, I know about her racist post. Bad Bunny's haters couldn't wait. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Just like, hey, you'll get, you know, like I can really relate to Bad. Okay, I can't totally relate to Bad Bunny. In terms of being lied about, in terms of yeah, in terms of having haters, and in terms of having thirst haters, yeah, I can actually really relate to Bad Bunny in a lot of ways. In fact, it was funny how much Bad Bunny could relate to me when something got posted that was a hot mic incident and represented to Bad Bunny as being, you know, stream, being something that I intentionally put out there. Bad Bunny ended up running into some content about me that was basically like a rehash of the $5. They were trying to $5 me, chat. They were trying to $5 me, and Bad Bunny saw it and basically got off the anti-NCC bus at that point, right? Because like it was like, oh, you're gonna. It was like, wow, of all the ways you could have attacked me, you found the one that like really resonates with somebody like Bad Bunny. But yeah. Oh, that's a little too much drama. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on with Bad Bunny, but I wish Bad Bunny and her community nothing but love, and you know, even to Frazo too. I don't know what Frazo's deal is, but you know, a lot of people have been deceived, a lot of people have been lied to, and there's been a coordinated campaign. Really stemming from a lot of the hard right on Twitch Politics, right? To end me, and people don't realize where it's coming from. People don't know what they're getting, and people are getting played. And until I see differently, I'm gonna make the assumption that anybody attacking me on this stuff is getting played, because chat, I've seen enough vengeance. I have seen enough, you know, anger. I have seen enough catharsis. Like, I don't need this shit anymore, right? I don't wish anybody harm. I don't wish anybody ill. I don't, like, you know, I may be angry about some things that have happened to me, but I really don't wish hate on anybody. And, you know, yeah. She's trying to work it out. Yeah. Yeah, Bad Bunny's done good work lately, I think. I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, no, I just, like, yeah, I mean, this is just where I'm at right now. Like, right, I'm willing to offer, you know, forgiveness to whoever's willing to take it at this point. I don't have the heart to go after, like, people from my own community. It just hurts too much. And now I gotta find a good background. Okay, what are we doing? Oh god, yeah, we're gonna watch this. Wait, are we? I don't know, actually, I'm not sure if we are. We should probably watch the President Sunday. There's a lot of fallout from this, including Destiny completely apparently abandoning RGR, which is sad, surprising. Oh my god, no, not the music. Okay, sad, surprising, fitting. I don't know. What do you want to say about it, right? A space background. You like the space backgrounds? Okay. Let's see if we can find one of those. Meow. There is outer space. It reminds me of Mermaid Purgatory, actually. You wish you were joking. Wait. The true icing on the cake of shit, that video is when he told me my refusal to debate a race realist was proof that people like me are the oh my god, that is so toxic. I mean, Chad, I got every reason to go after Xander Hall at this point, you know? Like, apparently Xander Hall was one of the people that did content on me, right? Without talking to me, without, you know, wanting any input from me, just straight up reported dirt, and without really looking at that dirt first, right? But like I told you, I'm trying to focus on the future, not the past, okay? Oh, we saw TGT earlier. You recommend? Yeah. Yeah, anyway, so I'm trying to think of what we should look at first here. I mean, there are some dead enders here, right? And it's interesting to see who they are. Okay, let's take a look at, so this is Constance? Constance has been posting a lot of this stuff, right? Oh no, this one's not Constance. Wait, I think, I don't even know. That is, okay, so Constance is the OP here. Okay, what is Constance saying? What? So if you don't know Constance, this is the person that that impersonated EJ of Non-Compete for a little while. So vibing is like the meme, right? Like vibing hard in chat. I don't know. It's a meme from this. I think from I don't remember where that came up. So yeah, this is the shit right here. Oh my god, let's go over here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so Destiny says, this RGR convo, oh no. Riley, oh no. Doe baited her hard. RGR needs to run away so fast. Oh no. This Doe person, so I don't know. It almost, like, it's over the course of, yeah. RGR fucked up really hard. Jesus, she's in full meltdown. Oh my god. She's muting her. It's over. Oh no. Oh man. This is maximum yikes. Mel and Mel? Wait, who are Mel and Mel? Melina and... Wait. Who are Mel and Mel? Okay. Jesus Christ, Destiny. That's probably not the term, like, I get that you're meaning that in a figurative way, but Jesus Christ, of all the shit to... of all the shit. Wait, was there anything more up here? God. Oh, my girl. Oh, no. Okay, there it is. Yep. Damn. Weird topsy parallel, turvy parallel world. Is Destiny living in what weird, this is, yeah, no, sorry, this is not, I don't think it's IRC chat. I think what this is DGG, okay? So this is the chat, if I'm not mistaken, that operates on Destiny's website. Big CW, yeah, really, Jesus Christ. Like, I'm telling you, this fucking culture is rotten. It's fucking rotten to the core, okay? And, you know, regardless of what ends up happening with RGR, this website and this dude are still shaping way too much of our discourse. Oh, yeah, wait, no, I don't know. Okay, so Umar, I'm not sure if it's Destiny talking to himself or if it's more like somebody went, like, logs, Destiny, click, right? That's what I think it is. Is that, so, in other words, Destiny's in here in the chat talking to other people, I think, right? So there'd be other people in between, but you're not seeing them because the chat that got requisitioned was just the chat from Destiny. So that's my best guess. Backend on Destiny's what? Oh, the backend on Destiny's website is IRC. That's very old school. That's very, well. So I mean, Destiny's like the one of the earliest streamers. So I guess it makes sense that it would be kind of retro. Hope you'll post this on Twitch too. Oh, you mean the video? I never thought of that, but I don't see why not. So you can see, and you can imagine, you know, that RGR is feeling pretty alone right now. There still are people on RGR's side. Don't get me wrong. But they're kind of sus, for the most part. Obviously Dylan's still kind of, although Dylan's really just like doing damage control. Like, I don't see Dylan actually taking on a defense of RGR's argument. I see Dylan as trying to get people to maybe dial back the level of okay, so this is Zexizy. This is a old school YouTuber lefty. Yeah, okay, so okay, so okay, so Cynthia, Oh wait, you can't see this. You can't. Oh my god, I'm having to drag. I hate this. I hate this chat. I hate having to drag these around here, but I will. I'll do it for you, okay? Okay, look at this. Look at this. Chill out. Be normal. RGR is like mildly annoying at worst. Okay, so here's the thing. Like, I don't love calling anybody scum. I probably have done. Oh, I've done it. I've done it though. I've called people scum fucks a lot, right? So I have no room to talk. So I will not criticize anybody using that, but I'll just say that I try not to use the word scum anymore, right? So yeah, I mean, like, that seems like a lot. That seems like a lot, but then here comes the response, and this almost justifies this, right? Because, like, this is wrong too. It is not mildly annoying at worst, okay? You know, Cynthia, you are mildly annoying at worst, okay? I've never, like, listen, you got some bad takes, you support some really fucked up people, and you're annoying as fuck. Let's just put it that way. Like, right? You know, I have no problem, you know, going hard on somebody, either, you know, debating them or just in the back and forth. But when the opportunity presented itself to farm clout from somebody who's who, when I started YouTube, was bigger than me and is now, like, basically the same size. What is in it for me there? Nothing, just annoyance. And, like, right, it's not fun, right? So yeah, like, wait, mildly annoying at worst? Like, that's a bit of a... But yeah, it's there's a lot of bad takes out there. There's not a lot of people, like, you know, and like, do you see that? That's the support. Like, that is the support right there. It's not support of the take. It's not support of... It's just like, oh wow, mildly annoying at work. That's the compliment. Is... Oh, I almost forgot about this. Wait. So, Jesus Christ. Okay. Whoa, this is getting toxic. What is... I don't even know what I'm looking at. This is why, like, it's just like, oh yeah, discourse with Cynthia. That'd be fun. Yeah, like, can you sign me up for that? Like, that sounds great. I'm trying to see if I can find any examples of people people that were supportive, because I don't want to misrepresent this. I mean, I know there are Riley supporters out there. Okay, so here's a Demon Mama post. Tactical bait. Oh wait, let me make sure you can see this. Nope, and you can't. Okay, so tactical vagueness seems to be the blight of this particular ongoing deluge. Being barefoot becomes getting off in public. This is the ship of Theseus. So chat, is everybody here familiar with Innuendo Studios? Okay, Innuendo Studios, Ian Danskin, I believe, is the creator's name. So Innuendo Studios has a series of short videos called the alt-right, it's like the alt-right playbook or something like that. And one of these videos is called The Ship of Theseus. And it talks about how you can take something that's not really anything to bitch about, right? That there's nothing there. And if you say, okay, well, this word can kind of be like this, and this word can be like this, and this, like, so the Ship of Theseus is a thought experiment which says, if I got a ship, I take it out onto the ocean, and let's say that like bad shit happens. I get in a storm, half of the ship gets destroyed, but it's okay because I found a shipwreck and I grab the wood from the shipwreck and I start hammering, you know, I fix the ship, right? And the ship keeps on getting fucked up and I keep on hammering new planks into there. Eventually, nothing that's part of the ship originally is still on the ship. Every single piece of the ship has been replaced by something else. So, right, the ship that I have, none of that wood is original. Do I have the same ship is the question, right? And what people will do is they'll ship of Theseus arguments. They'll basically equivocate, well, this is like this. Being barefoot in public is, you know, is something that turns your partner on. Therefore, it's like getting off in public, and getting off in public in the presence of a, you know, younger person is, you know, yikes, right? And so therefore, Doe did something yikes. That's ship of Theseus, you know, in action, right? And you know, this is what Demon Mom was talking about here. Being barefoot becomes getting off in public, calling someone a pedophile on the internet. Goodbye monetization. Goodbye. Bye. Over and over again for months becomes oops, bad take. That's a good point. Yeah, it wasn't just one bad take. It was an attempt to cancel somebody, right? It was an aggressive attack on Doe. And she hasn't even retracted it, I guess. Oh yeah, someone look at that garbage. Okay, listen. Garbage glim. Garba Google Murray Bookchin. Yeah, you get my follow today, cause like look at that. Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike, don't they? Yeah. I'm so happy that I'm not the only one that's learned something from. Yep. There we go. There we go. Let me give those some likes there. Let me give some likes, and just so you know. Look, I'm gonna also go ahead and give this a like. Okay, there you go, Demon Mama. There's a like for you. Okay, so we agree. We've used the I hate Mondays in class before. Nice. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, God, there's so many like really like I feel like half of what I know about rhetoric and narrative I've learned from Indio Studios. That channel was instrumental in coming to an understanding of how rhetoric actually works, right? Because like I don't know, like I mean, you if you look at like how I responded to the whole Dylan thing, obviously I didn't quite get it back then. Then again, I was under a lot of pressure back then. I don't know, maybe I have to forgive myself a little bit. Garbagool Murray Brookchain, Gabagool exaggerated I dialect for the American pronunciation of capicola. Yeah. Indiana Studios. It should be like required reading or something, right? Really good talk about Gamergate. I saw that too. Yeah. Yeah. No. They're a huge influence on me. So yeah, we got that, and let's see what else. Anything else from Twitter that we want to go over before we start watching videos? God, there's a lot of discourse about this, right? And I some of it I'm not so sure about, right? So I'm giving you like a curated version of it. Okay, like I guess this is like we've probably looked at this before, but this is important. An important point. It bears driving in a little bit. I'm not sorry for bringing up actual experiences, not even a little bit. These aren't games. This is what every debate bro needs to hear. This is what we need to start saying to the debate bros, right? and doing with them, right? Because their shit, their conceptual, theoretical, like hypothetical logic tree shit evaporates when you start to bring in lived experience, right? And yeah, right, it was called trauma dumping or bad faith pivoting and other stupid terms learned from poisoning your brain with blood sports. Oh my god, it is based. Doe is based. I'm never going to be sorry for bringing an iota of my own literal reality to this incredibly charged discourse. These aren't games. This isn't a fun classroom of hypotheticals. This is the real world. If you can't treat a topic with respect it deserves when it's real, you shouldn't be having that conversation. And that was the problem. Riley was seeing, you know, the child abuse as this weird conceptual, theoretical, hypothetical thing. And Doe brought in, okay, you know, as a survivor of child abuse, this is what we're actually talking about. So, you know, and if you're not prepared to talk about this, then you're not prepared to talk about child abuse, right? Okay, let's go into the, let's take a look and see what Rose Wrist had to say. Rose Wrist has recently debated Demon Mama. It was kind of a, I don't know, I actually didn't watch it. Did anybody watch the Rose Wrist Demon Mama debate? It was about education. It was kind of the same concept as the Hans of Harkir debate way back. Way back in the day. Feels like it, right? It's discourse time. Oh yay. This is my favorite discourse. Okay, what do we have here? We have
Doesn't the Doe RGR drama? I don't know. I haven't watched or I haven't seen any of it, so I genuinely I cannot tell you.
What?
Actually, I'll do my revisited Kink and Pride segment. we'll talk about that.
Is that what happened?
What you're essentially saying is that
Oh, they already uploaded it. Damn.
if you have a makeout sesh with a person and you're in public and
What's
a
the
kid
trailer?
sees you and you defend
Yeah, not mine either, Umar. You know, like as far as debate people go, Demon Mama's probably got better takes than most of them, and so you know I end up on the same side of the discourse as her a lot of the time. But yeah, it's not really my thing either.
I think that there's a difference between
I used to watch Demon Mama a lot, actually.
makeout session and appealing to someone's foot fetish.
Yeah, actually, a makeout session is way more involved. There's physical contact and people can see what's going on. With a foot
Like I feel
fetish,
like her earlier
literally
content was a
nobody
lot
knows
more free.
because you're just
You know, when she
barefoot.
could
Doesn't
just
matter if
say what
she
she
knows, though.
thought
So
and
yeah,
not
so
worry
I would
about.
actually say that. So first of all, neither of them enable pedophilia. But second of all, that the makeout sesh is actually whatever characteristics you're approximating, the makeout sesh is much more so. So.
No, but it doesn't. But it doesn't matter. The whole point is that it doesn't matter if the kids don't know. The point is that you
But
justify.
what they see
or
matters, isn't it?
no,
That's why we care about
justify
PDA.
being able to do sex acts in front of kids. That is the point.
Wait, hold on. Is she arguing that?
Oh, good point, Normal Chris. Seriously, RGR heard its experience and continued to attack Doe. Continued going for that W at the expense. If you go for the W at the expense of your humanity, what do you really win, right? What do you really win? I mean, she can be pretty good debating those logic tree bros, but to watch, you have to like that, yeah.
You're not allowed to be barefoot in public? Is that what's happening?
It doesn't matter if they don't know. I would say that their consent is violated.
Yeah, I think I've more or less exhausted my patience here. I would say
This is something that's said so often. I don't know, I remember this. I feel like I've exhausted everything I can in this conversation. Something that a lot of people say so much. Wait, I don't get it. What's her thing? What's her policy? What's her thing? Does she say you shouldn't be allowed to be like not wear shoes in public? Or what's the take?
say what you're making right here is an argument that hurts children. I think this is a moralist.
Wait.
Wait, hold on. I think this is
Hold on,
insane.
Riley.
Wait, hold, Riley. I'll mute you. I think
What the fuck happened? How did this get so heated?
this is an insanely moralist argument that serves no purpose other than to dilute the meaning of actual child sex abuse, and you're using it specifically because you have some kind of weird fucking beef with this subject. I think it's borderline reprehensible that you would ever try to hop onto something as innocuous as making out with people in
You
public
agree that
and
those-
use
Maybe this is post Demon Mama PTSD, but now I find it really. Okay, I don't know. It might be appropriate, and there's some situations in which, from a rhetorical standpoint, it's really appropriate, and it's good. But now, whenever I hear people like stop the conversation and try to do like a meta thing about like, oh, this is all just EX yada yada yada, I'm gonna read into your motives and your intentions. I don't know. I find that pretty cringe. At least like now after the debate, I was kind of like whatever on it before, but since that debate, I've just been like, oh god, please, can we just talk about the conversation?
it
Justify
to
sex
justify
acts as a kid. How is that?
like making
how
out
is that
like
not
making
harming them?
you think making out in public is tantamount to non-consensually involving children in acts.
You
I hope
think
to
that
God
it's fine to
you've
be
never
able to
made
tell
out with
someone
somebody in
what
public,
that is
Riley,
not
because
good.
if that's what you were thinking of, I'm disgusted.
Okay, what the fuck? So what's your thing? You're not allowed to make a...
So apparently Rose Wrist is just coming at this stuff fresh. All these people can't stop throwing around random. Oh yeah, God, yeah, no, that's true. That's true. That happens a lot, and we talked about this before. You know, I've like done some videos about mental illness, right? I'm kind of flabbergasted about how so many creators who experience mental illness themselves want to think about, but my mental illness is understandable, but I'm still going to weaponize the idea of mental illness against somebody else, right? It should be something that like kind of brings you some kind of sympathy, some kind of compassion, some kind of understanding. And I think on that level we can all sympathize, right? I am for destigmatization of mental health, and what that means is realizing that we all struggle with some facet of mental health, right? And we like to think of it as like, oh yeah, but I don't have the, you know, this, that, or the other, and we try to put like a hierarchy of like, this is acceptable mental illness, so we pretend it's not mental illness, and this is unacceptable, when in reality mental illness is something that we all experience, and we gotta stop talking about mental illness as if it exists over here in this corner, when it's like in all of us. And that's okay. It doesn't make us bad people, it doesn't disqualify our viewpoints, and it shouldn't be weaponized against us. And we really gotta, you know, work on bringing that to consciousness. Oh, you're taking off your shoes and your socks in the privacy of your living room, yeah.
Up or wear or walk around.
So I don't know how
shoes and
useful
socks in public? There's like the
Rose's
straw man of a take that
is
everyone's
gonna
spreading on Twitter. I don't know. I'm
be-
asking. I'm not saying that's what she
Okay,
said.
Rose is just trying to
Her
figure this
pause is
out.
that no. Okay, not like action. I guess it's not necessarily pause. Okay, no sexual acts in public. Okay, including sexy. Okay, being barefoot and around people with a foot fetish. Okay. Wait, no being barefoot around people with a foot fetish. So who's the person that's... What if they don't know that the person is a... So if they know that somebody has a foot fetish and they walk around in public without shoes on,
This is so
does
weird.
that mean that they're indirectly like violating
It's kind of like the
consent
view
of
from
kids
nowhere here.
around? Maybe. I don't know. I'm so confused. All sex acts in public are bad. Okay. That's not that strange. Depends on how you define sex acts, but I would say like kissing or PDA is more romanticism or romance than it is sex. But and being barefoot so your foot fetish partner gets off is bad. The whole debate is over defining sex act. Okay, but what I'm understanding is that they have a foot fetish. That's the correct take. Okay, hold on. I still don't quite understand what RGR's take is here. Is the take by not wearing shoes in public, you could potentially be appealing to somebody in public who has a foot fetish.
Oh my
and
god,
thus
okay,
you're
well...
engaging in a sexual act, and because of that, there are children nearby, and because they are...
Yeah, I don't know. So it sounds like this is something that like Rose's chat brought up, and that Rose really hadn't looked at. Okay, so TGT, somebody recommended I look at TGT's take. Let's take a look at TGT. This is a trans girl therapist. It's a channel, there we go. That's how do I describe it? It's a channel on YouTube.
I primarily dress on some days, that's what I meant by sometimes, I primarily dress on some days for sexual desire, both of myself, of looking at myself and feeling like I am a sexual being, and for what other people give to me, the sexual desire.
Then I would say no. Then I would say that you're no. I would say that you're absolutely violating other people's consent. Then.
I know all about Dylan Pern's issues, but he platforms racist, homophobes, transphobes, alt-right nut jobs, and I notice everyone using Dylan's issues as an excuse. It's not an excuse. That's true. Yeah, like, you know, we can't let anything sort of take away, you know, from trying to minimize the harm to marginalized people that comes from these platforms, right? Especially something like a panel show, which tends to take real issues and treat them with unreality. This is kind of like what Doe was talking about in terms of the unreality of the accusations that Riley was making at Doe, and not really understanding, you know, what that means, right? And then when the actuality of Doe's experience was brought to bear, Riley didn't want anything to do with it, right? This is the same kind of thing of like, you know, you want my life as a debate topic, but you're not willing to stand up for me when it comes to, you know, the transphobes that you platform, right?
Hey everyone. Hi. So, lots to do. First and foremost, if the camera's bothering you, we apologize. We're waiting on a new one. Second, some trigger warnings. In this conversation, we are going to be talking about some very, very rough things that were shared by a particular person. We will not be talking about the specific content of that. But there will be mentions of the term CSA, which is child sexual abuse. There'll be mentions of rape. There'll be mentions of kink. There'll be mentions of transphobia.
Sorry about the sync, chat. I don't know what's going on.
And
it's not synced.
Yeah, I think that covers most of them. I'm missing.
Yes. Probably won't go into detail, but there was harassment.
Yes, harassment and attacking, and also probably a mention about suicide.
Suicide and pedophilia as well.
Yep.
Pedophilia, harassment, suicide, just in case people didn't hear. I got a little quiet there on the mic.
J.K. Rowling? Oh, yeah. So there was, during Trans Day of Remembrance, there was a protest outside of J.K. Rowling's house, right? And it looks like she accused them of doxing a house that was already publicly kind of known to be the home of J.K. Rowling.
This is going to be a heavy night, so gaslighting, specifically just abuse.
So many trigger warnings.
So, yeah, okay. We're gonna get into some more stuff as we go along with kind of this beginning stuff.
No, I mean, although, I don't know much about that much about this channel. I will say I'm a big fan of Tentacle Therapist, so maybe Trans Girl Therapist is cool too. I don't know. Anybody know about these?
I apologize if we can't cover all the triggers. Okay. Hopefully we'll kind of give you guys some more stuff to kind of deal as we go through the segment. And some ideas on how to, handle
when I saw it at first, I was hoping it would be Tentacle Therapist, but
some of the stuff.
No. They can't all be Homestuck references, right?
So first, Xena and I want to lay down some ground rules. There are probably people in chat, as well as in YouTube chat, that are aware of the content of what was discussed.
There's a J.K. Rowling house tour.
Between
pretty
Joe
chill.
And Riley Grace Rashong. I am not in any way going to allow anyone here to be triggered by the content that Doe shared. That is Doe's information. That is Doe's story to tell. And I'm going to make this abundantly clear as a boundary. If you share any of that content in either of our chats, it will be a ban. while I am more than happy to talk about Doe and the way that Doe was mistreated by Riley Gracious Shong, including really stupid accusations, and the fact that Doe had to bring up an incredibly horrific thing to push back on what can only be described as an incomprehensible art.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure it really is a Homestuck. I was saying that I want it to be a Homestuck reference, but I'm not sure it is. Right?
Argument. We are not going to talk about that specific.
Anything's a Homestuck reference if you're brave enough, right?
The content. If you would like to go see Doe's stream, I will put the link on it in the links.
NCC did nothing wrong.
Document below. Another rule is going to be that if you are getting triggered or if this content is causing problems for you, you need to step away. No man-moding it, no trying to be the hero, no trying to stick your way through it. If you are struggling, leave.
Man-moding? Oh my god.
Yeah, that is a directly turn off the stream. Please contact people.
Oh yeah, and that goes for everybody out there too. It sounds like they're going to get into like what Doe shared, and there was a lot. It's a description of an actual event of child sex abuse, right? That happened to Doe. And so that's what they're talking about. And if anybody, yeah, same thing. If you, that's gonna mess up, you know, your personal mental homeostasis. You know, like please take care of yourself, right?
People around you, a therapist, you know, or someone professional, or please call one of the lifelines if you have stuff struggling and that is coming up for you. Definitely contact one of the crisis lines. Unfortunately, our mod staff is not trained as such. Okay, they're volunteers, they're friends, and so they're just not able to, you know, give you that actual support. So please use the crisis lines. We do have a bang crisis command that just ran in chat, so if you need those, they are there.
Yeah, if you're having anything come up, you can just hit !crisis and it will bring up all 3 of those numbers for people to contact. So please utilize that, okay?
The other thing is do not post in chat personal stories either. This is something that could spin out and definitely trigger a lot of people really easily, and that's what we don't want, okay?
Yeah, that's how you get a positive feedback loop of trauma.
Yeah, we want this to be as safe as possible. You know, obviously this will be uncomfortable, but safe as possible nonetheless. Yeah.
So I think that sets up a boundary very clearly, and that's what this is. This is a boundary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is not just we're streamers and we're setting down a rule because we're trying to be all authorities and shit. No. These are boundaries, personal ones for me. Having to go through all this content in the last several days was hard as crap, and I don't want to wade into it unless we're going to do so in a way that's safe. Okay?
Actually,
I know this seems like a lot of lead up, but guess what?
It sounds like some people in chat are familiar with TGT. Do they have any content on on boundaries? Right? I kind of that's something I need to work on, honestly. I thought Lindsay Ellis admissions shocked me. Now I'm totally want to give a hug and a bodyguard for life. Something in a big fuck around and find out kind of mean bodyguard.
So with the rules covered, Xena, you wanted to cover self-care.
Yeah, so self-care especially is going to be really important, and in that is kind of some ways to deal with that. You know, some ideas that will apply to just dealing with difficult content in the first place. Always take care of your basics, okay? Food, water, sleep. Your brain muscle needs energy to function, okay? You got to take care of those basics. After that, remembering breathing practices, you know, a meditation, all right? Things like slowly in through the nose and then breathe slowly out through the mouth. If you find yourself getting kind of anxious, you know, maybe picking, face flushed, maybe some other symptoms, maybe, you know, some of your personal triggers, right? you can start doing that. We also, there's another video on our channel called the container meditation that might help too.
May I add something?
Yeah.
If you notice you're getting triggered and you're not quite sure why, make sure you are hydrated. Make sure you have food, a snack, some nuts, some cheese, whatever. Just see if there's something you're missing. If you're low on sleep, come back to this video later.
Yes. Yeah. I think it's really important too to take breaks. So, like just said, you can always come back to this later. We will be posting the VODs as soon as possible. We have, again, there is no shame if you are going, I need to take a break and come back. That's what you should do. That's proper self-care here. And I think making sure to have ways to decompress is a really big one. You know, for Jess and I, that might look like kind of chatting with some people and just hanging out, easy things. There's some really fun YouTubers like The Click. And what's the other one you like?
One topic at a time.
Well, I feel really cared for. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they're making sure that they're kind of like reminding their audience of some stuff that, like, it sounds like, you know, well, yeah, but you should know that. But it's like, no, people forget this stuff all the time. And
like in one topic at a time.
I forget this stuff all the time.
Subreddits reading silly memes. It's good. So making sure you've got time to decompress, give yourself some time to, you know, let go of what's, you know, the difficult stuff that you're engaging with.
So we should probably wrap that up from there.
Yeah, I
And
think
kinda-
that's the big ones.
Yeah, I think those cover our bases.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the history of things, and we'll try to cover everything. If I miss something, Xena, please let me know. Chat as well. This story is going to be about a particular YouTuber by the name of Riley Grace Rashong. Riley Grace Rashong is a trans woman and a student of law who is a streamer. She was well known in the leftist circles as being someone in Vosh's chat, in Demon Mama's chat. She was somebody who was
So notice that red on Shinigami eyes.
active with a bunch of folks, including Luxander, and she was known for being at least a liberal or a lefty, and somebody who was trying to be interactive with as many people as possible. This included, unfortunately, people like Calvin Guerra. Now, let's be very, very clear. There is a way in which Riley was someone that Xena and I actually really liked. She was a person who was out here trying to argue for trans stuff from a legal perspective and was actually quite good at it. At least that's what the appearance. Okay? That all fell apart when the Fire Nation attacked her. In this case, apparently Riley and Demon Mama's communities were fused or overlapped at one point heavily. And what had happened was Demon Mama and Riley had a discussion, which is right there. What is a woman? Debating Demon Mama and my entire chat.
See, they don't know the good version.
During this 3-hour debate, which was 2 hours with Demon Mama, 1 hour with chat, and over the course of an 8 or I want to say 10-hour stream.
Both of them were coming off of streams or debates for several hours.
Yeah, they were on there for at least 5 or 6 hours at that point.
Lindsay Ellis's mask off video.
And so what
is
happened
that about?
was they got into an argument, and the content of that argument was, what is a woman? Demon Mama came from the self-ID perspective, which is fair. That's a good policy. Makes sense. I agree with it on a policy level, not on an existential one, but on a policy level. As I said earlier, my views on this have shifted a bit. And essentially, Riley came from a sort of mismatched version of performative theory.
This is the Judith Butler.
This conversation culminated in Riley trying to lead Demon Mama through a series of premises, and when they got to the
so basically the idea that gender is a performance.
conclusion, because Demon Mama refused to accept that conclusion, Riley hung up on her. as Chad is reminding me, yes, DM tried to end the conversation multiple times.
Several times, yeah.
Trying to de-escalate, and eventually just, as Demon Mama is wont to do, trolling a bit, because if you're in a crap situation, what else are you gonna do? After this debate, Riley had a pretty big falling out with her community. A bunch of people left shortly after that. There was a lot of stuff going on. If you want to see Demon Mama's video about this, I highly suggest you look at it.
There's issues with agreements about the videos being not posted. And then posted anyway.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Demon Mama wasn't going to post the VOD of this. Riley did anyway. And it just became a spiral. Then, RGR had a conversation with Destiny, in which Destiny was giving...
And see, here's the thing. When you're somebody like Demon Mama, or you're somebody like nocommentchick, you always have to worry about anyone that you're working with could potentially turn around and side with the people that want you gone. And they'll get a lot from that. So Riley got platformed by Destiny because of the drama with Demon Mama. Therefore, people started to wonder, did Riley intend for this to be a drama? Did Riley push this into, you know, the kind of the confrontation that it was on purpose in order to impress the Destiny crowd, right? And indeed, you know, after the video, like, Riley went on Destiny and she got a huge influx of DGGers. And that is, if I understand correctly, that's kind of what she's been subsisting on. Like, basically the community more or less went to Demon Mama because trans people don't like Riley's take on this issue, right? And Riley wasn't able to accept that a lot of her community wasn't on board with it, right? Riley felt personally betrayed, and you know, hence the famous meltdown stream that we're not going to watch today because it's mean to watch somebody at their lowest point, and I'm not going to do that. So you have to go
debate tips, but also kind of, you know, scratch.
That's what we call platforming.
And that itch he seems to have about hating Demon Mama, as he is wont to do. And it was basically Riley playing some ESO while, you know, Destiny coming back after watching a bit.
Yeah, that's the thing. If Destiny ever comes on your stream to talk about Demon Mama, get ready to have to push back on things like that Demon Mama is the worst person out there. Demon Mama is subhuman. Demon Mama is bad for trans people, right? Get ready to have to push back on that, right? You'll either have to do that or just, like, you know, roll with Destiny. And yeah, you'll get huge clout from rolling with Destiny, but it's, you know, it's really a deal with the devil is what it is. And in this case, it's a betrayal of, I think they were friends. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to ask Demon Mama or Riley. But I'm pretty sure they were friends. Like, they definitely worked together a lot.
Come back.
And they seem friendly in the... If you watch this debate, the beginning of it is very friendly, very cordial, very, like, you know, informal and meme-y and stuff like that. And there's a few little weird things that where Riley's, like, freaks out about furries or something like that, right? But yeah, it's, you know, when the discussion happens, and I think it was an impromptu discussion too. Like, I'm not even sure whose idea it was to take the discussion there, right? They weren't really on board to have a debate, I don't think. It just sort of happened. And then, you know, when it happened, it got uglier and uglier and uglier and uglier. Demon Mama's like, let's hang up. This is too much, right? And Riley doesn't hang up, and hence the bridge is burned. But another bridge, you know, opens with Destiny and DGG, right? And unfortunately for Riley, you know, this current round of drama, she's become radioactive, and DGG doesn't want to touch her for the most part. DGG does not want to claim her. So Riley's really in a bad position.
After watching a bit, and then kind of just filling in stuff. The problem is that this kind of established where things were going. At this point, Demon Mama, after being talked about negatively for so long, and now members of DGG being involved in the situation, and this is one of many times they have harassed Demon Mama. DM released a video explaining her side of things, explaining the situation. It was very well done. Riley has claimed that this was false. Now, where we come into this situation is back at the very beginning of this channel. If you look, probably one of the things we covered like first or second weekend, maybe third, I did it.
Look at Riley trying not to sleep in the bed she made. Riley could always become a Marxist. That would be cool.
Discussion about.
I think Riley's pretty far off from. She's actually fairly conservative, and you know, when I first met Riley, I would describe her as just kind of like a dirtbag leftist, which were common, right? You know, in the same vein as Xander Hall, in the same vein as Vosh. You know, Riley was kind of along that lines. That, you know, she was a. Wait, I might be wrong about this. She was a lefty for sure. Yeah, maybe she was never a leftist. Oh my god, I don't even remember. But like, she was kind of would hang around with leftists, and I think at the time that was enough evidence for me to like, oh yeah, she's a leftist, right? I don't know. She might have just been a liberal. But either way, she had progressive views on you know, most issues, and a take like this would have you wouldn't have seen a take like this at that time. A lot of her content was focused on her own life story, her own transition, and advocacy for things like trans women in sports. And it was something I regarded as positive. There was a little too much, you know, standing of debate bros. But all in all, you know, Riley's content wasn't really bad. It was really this debate with Demon Mama where things took a turn. The difference between a conservative and a dirtbag leftist, well, we call one conservative. We call the other dirtbag leftist. That's the only difference. Sometimes you're right. Yeah, sometimes that's really just a rebrand of you know, for people who don't want to, you know, get the baggage of MAGA. Even though they have, you know, some pretty MAGA views on things. She was just friends with Xander Hall. That is all. She never seemed like a left-winger. Yeah, I think you're right. I think she was probably like, I don't even know if she was a SOCDEM, but since then she's become really conservative, like really conservative. There's one time where she like unfollowed everyone on Twitter, and then she refollowed some people, but it was like Peterson, Shapiro. I don't know what she was doing exactly, and since then she's way too puritanical. Yeah, she's been more and more. And the weird thing is, though, that those people that she follows, generally they'll ride the economic conservatism harder than they'll ride the social conservatism, because a lot of that stuff's kind of toxic. If you actually, you know, take the view of, like, you know, being, you know, anti-trans, then, you know, you're gonna alienate a lot of people. So most people, you know, if they're kind of a hybrid, they'll be a hybrid with like conservative economics and progressive like social views. And it seems like for Riley, maybe, I don't know, is this the only social view that's like this far right wing? Is it only like the Puritanism? People keep telling me Shuan had his left. Oh my god. So if Shuan half can be left, so can Riley, so can Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson.
Trying to learn some helpful lessons from that debate.
Oh yeah, she's been, yeah. So this was another one of her controversies when somebody said eat the rich, and she called it a call to violence.
Specifically talking about the fact that I believe
cannibalism? That's not cool.
That Riley had gotten incredibly triggered. I speculated at the reasons why she was triggered. And I also talked about some of the ways that both people could have de-escalated the situation better, including just hanging up the call.
Yeah, true.
I tried to be fair to both of these women because I respected them both deeply. That has subsequently changed, and I will explain more, at least for one of them. We didn't really talk about Riley for a while, though DM came up in conversations about other stuff. And where we really started seeing some, you know, a lot of discussion was back in June. In June, that old ugly thing came up again of Kink Pride. And while I don't have it here, because I think she took it down, we'll cover Riley's take on it in a minute, but I just want to overview that real quick. So, Xena, would you kind of just give a quick synopsis on our Kink at Pride takes? I think they were pretty fair. I think we were trying to be pretty fair to everybody. So, what can you just give people a synopsis of that?
Our Kink at Pride takes had a lot to do with using the Fry's model from Planned Parenthood for consent, and then that, you know, kind of using that as a framework, and also eventually coming to finding a solution that would work practically in the real world. We said a two-state solution at the time, so this being having, you know, 18 and up events properly, you know, set up at an event location to host, you know, kinky and 18 and up stuff, you know, easily and effectively without having to worry about affecting other people who may not be interested in that.
No, that's really solid.
Yeah, that was about the big parts of it. Was there some more details you wanted to share in there?
Yeah, just I was going to say, the original video was set up to respond to Vosh and point out the fact that, well, I understand Vosh's takes. We didn't feel that he was being particularly fair, and also we tried to essentially rephrase his in a much more effective way. The reason why we went with the consent model is because, A, we really care about it, and B, if that's going to be the model that a lot of people are using, and this is going to be relevant later, then we should probably engage with it. Right? That was our thought. I also have trauma around kink. I'm going to be very clear with that up front. I'm not going to go into details, but I have a lot of trauma around kink, and my initial reactions, if you ask my wonderful community, were not the best.
So they're talking about Bosch's take on Kink at Pride, and it sounds like they were more on board with that than like me or Demon Mama.
They became much more tempered. I've become much more accepting and much better about this. People like Beyond Safe Words, Demon Mama, and a few other people, Hypno Trans Girl, Quinn, a number of people really kind of tempered my view on this.
Myself included. Once we kind of got a chance to kind of...
I didn't know that.
There was a lot of like pausing and thinking and having to talk stuff out. We actually had to plan that segment, actually like prep ahead of time, which for us is a lot.
Gotta prep shit.
Absolutely.
The life of a streamer.
You know, so there's a lot there with that. You know, figuring out a way to talk about this stuff, being inclusive of the times when not everybody's going to be comfortable, right? And where do we...
Oh my god, I'm cold.
You know, put that line as far as, you know, self-expression.
This topic is the gift that keeps shitting the bed.
From people and
Good way to put it.
So, you know, when that intercedes with other people, right? In variety of formats. So I think that was kind of our big thing, was really looking at that more closely.
Yeah. So we put out our video. It was a banger. Everyone loved it. Everyone agreed. We were right as usual. And there was no pushback, and we brought peace to all factions of the Kink at Pride discourse. It was settled. Everyone was agreed. Everyone had their land. Two-state solution. Great stuff. Folks, we got them. So then towards July, things got weird. In July, Riley Gershashong was back on various panels, and apparently was touting the notion that if you wear kink gear in front of kids, not only did she go with the consent model we did, but she went right to the thing of you are engaging in pedophilia, or you are encouraging it unconsciously or stupidly or something to that effect. This was an awful take. It was taking what we tried to do as a good faith interpretation so that we could try to meet everyone where they were at, and it basically went into hyper-moralizing religiosity that essentially tried to negatively negatively frame anyone who even remotely participated in kink as essentially being pedophiles.
Wait.
One of the people...
Wait, this was Riley's take, or this was Vosh's take?
Who pushed back on Riley, besides obviously Demon Mama, was Doe. Doe is a streamer. I can't pronounce that word.
Yeah, I'm just like, wait, no, two-state solution, that doesn't have, like, you know, positive associations, like, for...
But that's the name for their its Twitch stream. Sorry, it's
Now, I am going to be clear here. It's is not pronouns that I use that often. I will be self-correcting as much as possible. Please understand that Jess and I are managing like several different very big thought trails to get you guys all the information, but we will be absolutely doing the best we can
and
to
correcting
take care
each other as much as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, same goes for me. If anybody hears me mess up on its pronouns, so, like, let me know. That's not I won't be mad at you. I'll be thankful.
So, I mean, look at Doe. Doe is cute.
Absolutely. This
Not-
picture's great.
Not to mention, Doe is super intelligent. Like, Doe's good people.
Doe is really smart,
So-
yeah. I've learned a lot from Doe streams.
Beyond safe words, it. Or not beyond safe words. Oh, no, Emily, you're talking about Evility. Anyway. So, I was just... I'm on the move for its pronouns. Anyway.
We haven't said it yet, but it is going to be hard for us to engage with chat because, again, trying to read several lines of text and also focus is hard. So just some clarity here.
Yeah, so just as FYI, Doe is a streamer who uses its pronouns, focuses a lot on anarchism, post-Marxist critiques, and is also a survivor of CSA, child sexual abuse.
Yeah.
That becomes relevant later. Bear with us. So,
Also is musically talented, as we found out.
oh, super good.
Like, that was super fun, by the way. That part was neat.
Anyway,
So-
coming back
Didn't
to
know that.
coming back
I
to
saw
this.
the piano.
So,
I saw
one
the
of the things that happened was Doe was one of the people that
keyboard.
responded to RGR. And
So RGR
because
put out a call
RGR's
for debates.
arguments were so amazingly idiotic, so so easy to tear down. What essentially happened was Doe made the argument that, oh, well, I guess you're engaging in something horrible if you're just wearing flip-flops and your partner has like a foot fetish. Because the implication, at least from RGR, was that engaging in any kind of sexual activity with children present is wrong. But the problem is that when you say that, you can mean a lot of things. You can talk about out-and-out fucking, but you also could be talking about things such as, I don't know, like, you know, wearing a low-cut shirt and your partner enjoys it. I like boobs. Boobs are good. I'm a big fan.
I like boobs.
Kissing, Viet Pam says, yes, it's true. So, here's the thing. Doe is correct. RGR used this to go on a riff, which we had unknowingly used the clip of her doing this when we wanted to sort of do our video. We did a video telling Riley to put down the sword, and essentially this was the second video we did on RGR. Kind of talking about why her takes were nonsensical. They were just dumb. They were bad. They were based around this notion of utter puritanism and moralism that took nothing into consideration of childhood development. It took nothing into consideration of what actual experts like Beyond Safe Word said or what we said. It took nothing into consideration about what kinky people have to go through and deal with. And we'll talk about that more with Beyond Safe Words, about the actual implications of things like Riley later. But,
Yeah.
so watch for that for part 2. These are going to be divided into 2 parts. So, Riley went on a tear about this and essentially said that anyone who has a take like this is either knowingly engaging in pedophilia or is unknowingly doing so. It was really, really awful. So because RGR basically did the whole dog whistle of they're a pedo, but I'm not going to say they're a pedo out loud because I don't know how inferences work. I'll just play dumb.
Yeah.
Doe got a fuck ton of harassment. A lot of this from DGG and a lot of other sectors of the internet because everyone immediately lashes out anytime the word pedo is thrown out instead of actually like keeping their reason. It's really weird. You can
Also-
hate that shit and also react like an adult.
Absolutely. Also, this stream of ours is not an excuse to go harass anyone else. I know we're talking about awful things right now. Do not harass anyone. We forgot that in the rules. No.
Okay, so skipping through here a little bit.
Essentially invalidating non-binary identities as if they are outside of the masculine-feminine spectrum. So if you are someone who exists as no gender, which is not on that spectrum, if you exist as somebody who is in any way, shape, or form, xenogender, or just in the fucking weeds like myself and Xena, you're not real. And the case study for this
oh my god,
was,
because I'm
to
making
my
noise.
knowledge,
I'm making crackling
Doe.
noises with the bag. I'm sorry.
So twice now. Once inadvertently, and I can't say how intentional it is because I can't read minds, but then directly intentionally using Doe as a proxy to engage in more war with frickin' Demon Mama. Doe got more harassment and more shit against it. This is when I became aware of this stuff, and that's when we made our video talking about the fact that actually the rhetoric that Riley Grace Rashong was sharing on her Twitter before she deleted all of it again or whatever the hell she keeps doing, basically pointed out that her
Chat has the
conclusions
Meowshies
didn't
too?
actually
Oh my
follow
god.
from the sources she was
I've been
citing.
like
The sources
hungry.
she
I don't
cited
know. I think it's because I got
specifically
cold.
talked about genders existing
I get
outside
like
of the
hungry
masculine
when I
and
get
feminine
cold
paradigm.
sometimes.
But she was so busy lashing out at a non-binary person who didn't do shit wrong to try to hurt another non-binary trans woman that she didn't stop to think about that, and she inadvertently sort of invalidated non-binary identities. And I don't mean that like in the made-up way people say about Contra or any other nonsense like that. I mean, that's the lead-in. This isn't like inferring random things and thinking there are dog whistles in a ContraPoints video. Go over that video again. This is what she said. So that was the last video we did of Riley, and then Riley calmed down and did whatever she did. And I stopped paying attention to Riley because I didn't want to focus on one trans woman. There are certain people that after a while I come to the realization about I don't want to engage with. Because I want to just leave it be. Well, that changed.
Oh my goodness.
So earlier this week, we had, or the last week, we had a thing come up in our Discord about the fact that Demon Mama was streaming, and apparently RGR had started more drama against Demon Mama. We weren't going to cover this initially because it was, I mean, it's beneath us. Like, Demon Mama handled it like a champ. I totally support how she dealt with it. I've showed Xena the short clip. I've watched the full clip. It was fine. It's good. I love it.
Yeah,
Thanks.
it felt like it would just be like drama chasing for us. Like it already that part seemed to be handled at the moment, you know. And I say at the moment because sure enough, events following that.
Yeah. Demon Mama's a big girl. She can handle herself. But if you want to go see that, that's on Demon Mama's channel. They have it actually done. Yeah, what would we even comment on? Yeah, just I agree with Demon Mama. End of video. So what ended up happening was, and I'll be really clear with the thing on that real quick. It does sound like on this stream often I'm saying like I agree with Demon Mama on everything. I don't. The mandatory school stuff I have disagreements with. There are other takes that Demon Mama has that I have disagreements with. But I still support her as a trans woman and somebody who I think does legitimate good in the space. And to be perfectly honest, she's someone I'm acquainted with at least a little bit in DMs, and I'm like at least online friends with a number of her mods. Like, I'm not gonna just again like
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of like mixing of communities, and again, we can have disagreements with people occasionally and still have the understanding that people are doing good work for the world and absolutely worth it.
yeah,
Like
someone can be a net good.
Some disagreement is good and helpful. We need that.
Well, and this is why I can talk shit about Vosh using the wrong terminology of shame versus guilt. I can push back and say that I think his takes on neo-pronouns and xenogenders aren't great, which, by the way, I've noticed he's softened a lot lately, as he did with his kink at pride takes. He tends to come out hard on something and then backs off on it. He tends to soften it, let it go into the background, and he seems to improve on it. Cool. Maybe our video helped, maybe it didn't. Who knows? But I can still respect a person if they disagree with me on something. So, we thought this was over until Saturday, yesterday, we heard that Doe and RGR were going to be having a debate talking about the allegations that Riley refuted and that Doe had said Riley had put upon it. Namely, Riley a sort of sideways accusing Doe of being a pedophile. And then also there was some inference about discussing gender because Riley does not believe.
And so I just want to draw something together, okay? You can look at this. They have a debate, and the result is that Doe gets accused of, you know, being a pedophile, right? I have a debate with R-Relevant, and the end result is I get accused of supporting blackface. Do you see a pattern here? Professor Flowers has a debate with Foch, and as an end result ends up getting accused of genocide support. Do you see a pattern? Do you see what's going on? They're using Ship of Theseus bullshit to weaponize takes, right? To turn them into something that they're not. Because, like, that is the art of a debate, bro. Is to say, okay, so that's your viewpoint. Well, let me turn it around and show you how your viewpoint supports Hitler, right? You know, or some shit like that, right? This is dishonest. It's not helpful. It doesn't move us forward. It turns the landscape of discourse into a treacherous one, right? Where good faith actors who are just trying to, tell their truth, put some of their lived experience into the discourse, right? End up getting slimed because they're inconvenient for debate bros. And these people learn to weaponize, like, learn to bullshit, learn to basically, this is the dark arts of rhetoric. It's what we're doing here, okay? These are the dark arts of rhetoric. And it is, there are whole communities built around this shit, right? It's not a conversation, which is the format would generally be most productive in general. I agree. I also read the book, The Art of Debate by Destiny. I constantly try to get people to understand. That's always the pattern. Yeah, this is what goes on. This is what passes for discourse, right? It's just like, I'm like, is somebody advertising in my chat? No. I'm glad to hear it from you, but some of us already knew. Yeah. No, you're right. Like, listen, this is something that a lot of people don't realize happens. Because, like, let's put you in the perspective of, let's say that you're a new streamer on Twitch, and you just met all these cool people in the debate scene, and they're giving you opportunities. They want to have you on their stream. They want to bring you on a debate panel. They want to do all these things for you. They're helping your career, okay? If somebody says, like, hey, the person that was, like, really nice and really helpful and reached out to you when you were a small creator and pulled you up, right? That person also, you know, called my friend a genocide supporter for not, you know, basically tone policing colonized people, right? You're not going to want to believe that. You might not even want to look into it. I might look like an asshole to you. And it's easy if you want to say that, if you want to just, like, think that, just go ahead and think that I'm an asshole, then you can not worry about it. Be like, you know what, no comment chick's just mad because she got canceled and like, you know, I don't want to listen to that, you know, because it's not good for your career to listen to that, right? And this is what happens, and this is why a lot of people genuinely don't know, and this is why you're gonna notice when I make criticisms of the debate scene, I am not excoriating every single person in it. I think there are good people in the debate scene who don't get what's going on there yet, because a lot of it's hidden from them. And a lot of they are disincentivized to know. But what I want to do is just spread that knowledge and let people know that there's a different way. Let people know that that is not the only path to relevance, to, you know, suck up to some asshole, right? And carry water for them. You're a Patreon of Professor Flowers. She asked us before she did the debate. Oh, yeah. You told her exactly why that was gonna be. Yeah, no, that's. I mean, it's. The Twitch format of debates, yeah. No one should be surprised. Understand that Professor Flowers was upset. I can't understand. Okay, so let me explain that to you, okay? So, what you're seeing here, from me, from Riley, from Demon Mama, from Doe, like, is a little window into, like, our world. Is a little window into, you know, us, like, dealing with each other. You're seeing part of it, okay? But there's a whole back end to everything you see up front, okay? And that back end is really, really messy. There are, like, networks of people that will, you know, pull strings behind the scenes to, you know, kind of to silence somebody. There are, there's a lot of, you know, shit that gets talked, and there's, like, a lot of emotional impact of all this, right? It's even hard on the mods, right? To just be in that atmosphere, to have to be around me while half of Twitch is calling for my blood. Like, that's not easy. That's an emotional, like, nightmare. And that's, if I was to guess, that's probably what Professor Flowers was undergoing. But I get that, you know, that you've been through this before, that you know what their tactics are, that you know what to expect, and it's frustrating. That you know, still, you know, maybe feel like maybe you feel not listened to, or, you know. Oh, you've seen that back in. Oh, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, well, as long as you understand that, because I feel like a lot of people are leaving out the sort of emotional toll that this takes on people. Chat, I was under a cloud for the last 6 months, like, emotionally. You know, it was really tough. I did not see the sun. You know, I could not breathe. Like, I was deep underwater for the longest time. And it's only through the intervention and the trust placed in me by some, you know, really good friends that I'm even able to, that I even got through it all. Like, what I was put through should have ended me as a streamer, maybe even just crippled me emotionally for the rest of my life. And the only reason that didn't happen is because of the people around me and the support that they gave me. And you too, like, as a community. Like, that meant a lot to me. But you're right, Umar, like, nobody should have to go through that. I mean, I feel like you and I kind of agree here, like, that you didn't want that to happen. Yeah, you didn't want that to happen to Lua, and I understand why. I understand why. And I'm afraid it's going to happen again. Well, I mean, like, seriously, like, let's level. I mean, are you worried about, like, me catching their attention by doing the kind of content that I do? Are you worried about other creators that don't know better being like, yeah, I'll go on Vosh, maybe I can convince him otherwise, you know, right? Or, like, what do you, I mean, and I want to promote, like, a atmosphere of openness, right, where you're not afraid to tell me something that maybe you think I don't want to hear, you know. I'm really at a crossroads as far as the content goes, and I do feel like I'm doing some good by blowing the whistle on the debate scene and its effect on marginalized people, and helping more people find a voice to stand up and oppose it, so that it's no longer just one person getting canceled, you know, getting you know, the elbow from the sky, right? It's a bunch of people supporting each other and fighting back, and, you know, giving these debate bros a few L's, because that's the one thing that stops their train. That's the one thing that they can't take the L. Or even, like, you know, maybe just, I don't know, I sometimes wonder if it's better not to give them attention. You've got their attention already. We both know that. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't know. I mean, what do you think? Like, you know, got any ideas? Remember the time when nocommentchick, like, literally, like, asked her chat for advice in dealing with the debate bros? But I'm here to hear it. You can't give these people power, letting them back you down because they dogpile you. I hope that hasn't happened yet. But why do I say yet? I don't want to say yet. Whoa, that's creepy. That's creepy. Okay. Damn, I'm scaring myself here, Umar. I don't know. But I mean, I bought the ticket. I got to take the ride. Okay, and I knew that if I didn't stand up when I did, that there wasn't anybody else who was going to do that. I mean, there might have been somebody later, obviously. I'm not like the last chance. It's like, I'm not the Obi-Wan Kenobi of like, fighting the debate bros. But like, it's I heard the call and I answered. And, in some ways that's a call to, after her mask off video, Lindsay Ellis did an interview where she literally said her supporters have no effect on her. Only her haters. She's got a few thousand haters, but millions of a million supporters. Yeah. I mean, depending on how, you get harassed and stuff, it can be really, psychologically, like, isolating, I guess is the word, right? All right, I'm trying to see what else we're gonna get out of this particular video. Let me go forward a little bit and. Oh wait,
Zena,
they're actually
what's
going
next
over
on the
the
list?
Book of Theseus, or the Book of Theseus, Ship of Theseus.
But if I remember what actually our friend and one of our mods said, who's familiar with RGR, and that is, these are all things that she did during that debate.
Okay, this is interesting.
She controlled the conversation. The steer
This is
of it.
interesting.
She kept referring back to the fact that this thing is saying you're doing this in front of kids, and thus this is pedophilia, and leaving.
You have to read client comments, and they're brutal. The problem is that oftentimes the supporters are a lot quieter. Yeah, I could see that.
No room for talking. The first half of that debate, before Doe kind of like went hard, was RGR basically just talking over Doe and interrupting 100 times, which, by the way, also comes with never play defense. Riley is so aggro in her conversation with Doe that she constantly, never ever lets Doe have a fucking use of the time, and never lets it explain where it's coming from or what its intention is. It's an immediate assumption of bad faith, an assumption of almost...
Oh yeah, not you as a person. Oh my god, no. I mean, you sort of get used to it, but you're right that it's kind of an inhuman situation.
Condemnation out the gate. I mean, fuck, if Riley was alive in the 1400s, she would have been part of the Malus Maleficarum, the harem of... or is it the Hammer of Witches? Harem of Witches.
I mean, harem of witches sounds pretty based, but yeah, no.
Would be neat.
Yeah.
Like, this is how Inquisitor-like this was.
Meow.
Right? Never play defense. Control the conversation. Ship of Theseus. So, one of the things RGR loves to do is pick at an argument. At everything. Well, what do we mean by this? What do we mean by this? Until eventually, the original argument isn't what it used to be. It's actually really strange.
In a lot of cases, the creators don't tell us. I did not understand the scoop and how long Lindsay Ellis has received harassment. Yeah, okay, so here's the deal about that. Like, when I was getting, the peak of harassment, I literally couldn't tell you because it would encourage the harassers. It would encourage the trolls. It would encourage, the person behind all that, right? Who if you look on DSD's Twitter account, you might be able to figure out who the likely culprit is now, right?
This particularly makes it really hard for anyone on the watchers to even track those videos.
Oh, understand the scope and how long. Yeah.
I know Jez and I noted how difficult it was just to stay focused on it because of that tactic especially.
Yeah.
It was very hard to even go, what are we even doing anymore? right? And then, you know, Riley would just say something horrendously awful occasionally, and we'd be like,
I mean, I don't know, chat. What do you think my fate is here? Like, right? You're right, Umar. I do have their attention.
what?
Now, what am I gonna say?
If I remember this one, always a bigger fish refers to the fact that
Yeah, they'll be like, but that's not as bad as this, but that's not as bad as this, but that, you know, that, like, they'll try to, like, put it in the, framework that it's not that bad.
essentially there's this idea that one of the differences between liberals and conservatives is that liberals and leftists believe that there are certain things that we can get rid of out of society. We can try to get rid of sexism. We can try to get rid of racism. But from their perspective, from the conservative perspective, or what I would say a pathological perspective, I say that as a regular citizen and a person with a master's degree, not as a clinician, just saying.
Oh yeah, Tinner, that it kind of is that. I mean, this is the thing, that trolls operate on dopamine. Right? It's a feedback loop. They do something, it has an effect, and they want to do it more. So the best thing you can do is that when they do something, it has no effect, and they can't see anything change. Because that's the difference between, you know, playing a video game, which is fun, and if you imagine you took your TV remote and you just, like, you know, right, it doesn't, like, the video game's playing, like, it's like auto playing or whatever, right, but you don't have any effect on it, right? That's not fun. But if you have the video game controller and you can press this button and this happens, that's what they're trying to do, you know, is they want to press this button and have you do this, right? And if you can kind of short circuit that, then that is one way. That being said, like, some trolls are really persistent, and with all the disengagement that we did, we were still getting harassed for basically until a credible accusation was made about, you know, who the harasser might be. So in this case, it was probably fear of getting caught that stopped the harasser, not, you know, the disengagement technique. Because some harasser, like, some listen, I gotta tell you, I don't understand why it is, and sometimes I want to blame myself for it, but I got haters like you wouldn't believe. Like, every single person that I have turned down their, like, romantic advances in Discord, or has, like, you know, like every single person that could possibly have, I don't know, a grudge against me, has, like, an unreasonable grudge against me, right? And that's even granting that I know that I'm not a perfect person, and I do hurt people, and I don't pretend that I don't pretend to be, you know, something that I'm not, which is, you know, somebody that's always doing what's in her heart. Yeah, sometimes I do get angry, sometimes I do, like, you know, I mean, I've definitely hurt people, you know, before. I've definitely said things and done things that I'm not proud of. But even granting that, like, I'm just shocked by the level and the persistence and the quality and the of haters that I get. It's like, chat, like, it started off, okay, way back in the day as a small pool of gators, okay? A small pool of little dudes that just, they wanted to, no, I hope not, I don't think so, no, oh my god, it's scary. But they were like little dudes, they were just little haters, they were just like little people with weird grudges that I didn't completely understand, but I'm like, okay, you do you got a copy pasta about me being the alt-right Canadian streamer, right? That was what somebody said. Somebody made a whole fucking tweet about me. She's moving to the right. She's an alt-right Canadian streamer. They didn't even know where I lived, right? I don't know where they got, like, you know, Canada from, right? But yeah, it was bizarre. It was really strange, right? And, you know, it's just kind of grown from there. At this point, nocommentchick, right? At this point, like, they're not little dudes anymore. They're full-size gators, and they got an appetite for hate, for toxicity, for, you know, working with super right-wing people, of the ones on the left, and with the ones on the right, start working with super left. Like, I got fucking unity, chat. Fucking unity between the ultra nationalists and the hardcore leftists. Like, that's my haters. That's who that fucking is. And it's the weirdest thing. I wonder if they even know who they're swimming with, right? Who's in that pool with them? I don't think they look. I don't think they care. I think they're just like, no, NCC bad, NCC bad, NCC bad, and that's like a handshake right there, you know? That's all they gotta hear, is if you are saying NCC bad, then you are on the right side for me. And like, for some people like Demon Mama, you know, they only find that out too late, of like, oh yeah, wait, Samantha Banana wasn't somebody I should have been listening to? I guess not, Demon Mama, I guess not.
I say that's pathological. I say that's crazy, because they believe that there's got to be some level of it. There's always going to be murder. There's always going to be some level of sexism, some level of racism. So there's no point in striving for them. Think
God,
about that.
blueberries
that
are
makes
so
sense. That's the way
good.
literally right-leaning people think.
Chat, why are there not more blueberry drinks? I want more blueberry drinks, okay? Can I have blueberry drinks? Find others with similar experiences and come out with their experiences so you're less isolated. There's definitely been people, like, I don't know, that was one of the fears. I don't want to talk too much about, you know, any particular type of harassment, but you all seem to know that there's a lot of different things that can happen to streamers, and most of them are not good, right? And so it does really, you know, make it hard. They fear the crowd, fear it with every fiber of their being. Wait, who were we talking about? Oh yeah, Blue Pepsi. Wait, is Blue Pepsi blueberry? There's like a few energy drinks that are blueberry, and that, like, I'm so here for that. Grew up in the rougher parts of Brooklyn, so I might have a certain privilege on this thing. Strong beliefs on this issue, harder than it. When Lindsay Ellis did that XOXO, she was looking like she expected a monster to jump out of the audience. That's why that's what I understood. What I want to know is, what the fuck is blue raspberry supposed to be? Wait a minute. Okay, so there's a black raspberry, but I don't think that there's such a thing as a blue raspberry, right?
What Riley uses is an odd version of that, because what it turns into is this. Anytime Riley comes out swinging about a person's take, she blows it up to the most extreme proportions possible to make it as absolutely aggressive as humanly possible.
Oh, they fear the crowd. They totally fear the crowd calling them on their bullshit.
Well, that isn't necessarily the bigger fish motif. What it does, in fact, do is sort of create this problem where there's
I think I had blue raspberry at one of my gas stations. Like, yeah, I used to love the slushies.
never an idea of what...
I mean, I still love slushies.
of what the actual harm of these things are. This is something we'll talk about with Beyonce.
Blue raspberry is a vodka. It's good with vodka.
On.
Oh my god, there's this one bar that like has like a drink like that. Yeah.
But the fact is that it's sort
of like, I don't know what else in it. They pour them strong though.
This is just somehow huge. I highly recommend these because they're really, really go. They're really, really good. Can't talk today.
Bon Appetit has an answer for you?
My point with this is that Riley is using the same tactics that we see from alt-writers. It's just that simple.
Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Debate bros use the same tactics.
And there's such a level of aggression.
Andrew.
Such a level of force. You can go back and look at our original video. Like, what Guy Who Could says in chat is correct. Riley isn't actually engaging in debate. Riley is actually acting as a lawyer, trying to cross-examine a witness and forcing a yes or no answer, because that is to some degree what that's to some
I never thought of that. I'm glad I watched this video.
degree the only thing she knows. She's trying to force someone on the stand to give yes or no answers. I've been somebody who's almost had
Of course, you have blue drinks and
to be on the
pronouns.
stand for custody battles. This is how they train you to do yes or no's. But this isn't law, Riley. This is not a court.
It's a lovely shade of antifreeze. It tastes like a jug of corn syrup. Oh my god, that's the only thing is I was always thinking about the slushies. I was like, oh, I could go for a slushie right now. And then I remembered, yeah, they're really, really, really sugary.
A court of law.
And like, I'm at the point here where the stuff that I drink, it doesn't really even like. Okay, here's my favorite shit, chat. If I can find seltzer water that's caffeinated, I'm good. That's me right there. I don't know. Whoever came up like that, it's. I'm not the only one. Like, right? This is a thing now, right? Fucking caffeinated seltzer water. I'm here for it. That's a good point. She was in prosecutor mode. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
This is a debate in which you've been accused of inferring that someone is a pedophile. And you're backing off of it and trying to...
I wonder how many people in the debate sphere get this, that like this shit is normalized. These right-wing and I get it that it doesn't make you a right-winger. Like, anybody can use these tactics, right? But that, I think one thing that does lend itself towards more right-wing takes is the acceptance and the furtherance of dominance paradigm as espoused by creators like Vosh and Demon Mama, right? That is integral to their brand. And because of that, they're starting from a framework that doesn't really lend itself to compatibility with leftist ideas in a lot of ways. And I think some of their worst takes come from that. There's a principle, okay, when you think about, like, in theory, right? So, when you've got a raw material and you do some work on that raw material, you go to work on that raw material and you produce a product from that work on the raw material, you're changing that raw material from one form to another form, from an unsellable hunk of copper to a nice, like, whatever you make out of copper, okay? Nice copper wire, I don't know, like what you're doing right with the copper, maybe making a wire out of it. So then you, in addition, though, to you doing that work on the copper's doing work on you, and that whatever, method actually gets the copper from a hunk of copper to a copper wire, you're learning about, you're practicing, you're getting better at. So if you have to make some more copper wire later on, you're gonna do it faster, you're gonna do it better, right? So it's doing work on you. So I would say that when we do work in leftist praxis, and it's coming from a place of dominance paradigm, we are creating a more dominance paradigm compatible person, right? And I don't want to make an absolute law. I don't want to say that, like, anybody, you got to be just completely, completely like some kind of, I don't know, touchy-feely, person, or else you suck, right? Because none of us are completely a touchy-feely person, right? But I do think that, like, the important lesson to learn about leftism, if you want to do it right, is that you're coming from a place that starts with acknowledging your vulnerability, not from a place of worshiping your strength, for fuck's sake. There's a fundamental difference between those two things, right? And it shows in the creators that embrace one over the other. Are you doing this out of love? Or are you doing this, I don't know, at best to, like, exorcise your demons, to, like, for some kind of catharsis? In my neighborhood, we turn copper wire into meth. Just heard dominance paradigm from you. Fascinating. I would love to hear more about that. Yeah, I talk about it a decent amount. It's just, like, my terminology for, the kind of... I don't know, what would you call it? It's like a framework or something, right? Where, you're looking at the world as something that needs to be subdued, that something that needs to be, power needs to be taken over it, right? And instead of, starting from a place of acknowledged vulnerability and shared struggle, you're starting from a place of, taking advantage. And I mean, it's understandable, right? It's very human. But I feel like that if we're not careful, it will lead us into a world that's not quite so human. Do you get it? Because when your dominance paradigm meets my dominance paradigm and they don't get along, we're both going to get fucked up from that. Okay? And I want people to understand that power protects no one. Okay? You have a gun in your hand, you could call that power. The second it slips, where's your power? Power doesn't care. Right? And I think that the people that get locked into this dominance paradigm, they do so from a place of protection. They want to protect themselves, so they seek power, right? And they think that as long as I can hold on to this power, I'm protected. Well, guess what? Power doesn't give a fuck about you. A gun is just an object, and it doesn't care who fires it, and it doesn't care who it's pointed at. It just goes off and people die, right? Why so many of these debaters start sound? Yeah, exactly. It's why they start sounding like right-wingers. Right-wing authoritarian is a personality type, and this is the thing: is that like this ethic that I'm trying to describe has been so suppressed. It is not cool to talk like this. It is not cool to think like this. I cannot go to another debater and tell them about that they're too much. I'm not gonna fucking talk to Destiny and be like, you know what, bro, you're too much in your dominance paradigm, and that right. I'll get laughed at, right? These people have no room for any of my nonsense, right? But I think that some people are coming to the realization that my nonsense makes more sense than the nonsense that the debate bros have been recycling, much like their bad takes. And so you can feel the winds of change blowing, okay? And there's going to be nothing left of that tower when it's all said and done. And anybody who's attached to that is going to be worse for having been attached to it. Anybody who finds a way to separate yourself from those clout networks, from those, from that, paradigm, you're gonna survive a lot better, right? Because there's a lot of people, when they see Vosh be Professor Flowers, whose stomachs got turned, right? And they're not going back. Some of those were debate bros. Some of those were Vosh fans, right? And they're not going back. They've seen the light, and you are not going to push them back into that cave. Okay? A new day is dawning. And, you can either come with us, or you can sit in your stupid ass debate bro echo chambers and fucking cancel and jacket each other into oblivion. You can make it so that every single one of you has got garbage attached to you, where somebody thinks that you're a genocide supporter, or somebody thinks you're a pedo, or somebody thinks you're that is what those debate circles are going to end in. Cannibalism. Feeding frenzy. Because what you've created is a bunch of sharks. A bunch of clout sharks, as a matter of fact, right? And in the end, when everybody else figures out, hey, you know what I want to do? I want to get out of the pool. I'm gonna go out of the pool. This is not for me, right? When everybody else decides that, you're gonna have no one left to feed upon but each other. And fine, so be it.
Force the topic as hard as humanly possible. Listen, chat said she's catastrophizing. Essentially. I would actually say it's a combination of those things. Again, I like to think of it as inquisitorial. She's essentially going with anything must be toxic if it doesn't immediately meet this standard of perfection. But when people point out how absurd her positions are...
Oh, thank you, Omar. I hope so.
She backups and says, well, that's not what I was meaning. That's not what I was saying. We'll get to that later when we talk about her debate with Vosh. But That is a big part of this. Yeah, she's trying to form a binary answer out of nuanced takes, something this channel has never been particularly fucking happy with. So that's the first thing I want to point out, is that she is using a lot of these same fucking tactics. I can't remember which mainstreaming is. There are maybe more here that she's done. I highly recommend this playlist. I'll put it with the links. Xena, what were your...
I'm trying to remember what exactly does anybody remember that video, what mainstreaming talked about?
What's next on the list?
Hell
You want
yeah,
to start on
Max
that? 'Cause
Idol,
that's
hell yeah.
way more, I mean, it's also my topic, but I'd like to hear your thoughts because you have more experience.
So, when we talk about, you know, abuse and these different tactics, there isn't just one way to think of this. Okay, abuse can be very large scale. All right, we know that with, you know, fascism, and on a large governmental scale, we see, you know, abuses there.
Yeah.
It could also be, you know, on a very small scale, person to person. Okay? And
Chat, you're making me blush.
so a lot of the things that I saw Riley doing were also things that, no, I've experienced dealing with an abusive parental unit. Okay?
Oh
And I've
yeah, I
been
love that
saying when they come
parental
over with you,
unit.
Hey, here's some ways that these things work. No, this is exactly a lot of what this reminds me of.
Oh my god, I don't even want to think about my parental units.
So
I haven't talked to them in a long time.
you know,
in
a
years.
lot. This whole stream started with Riley, you know, attempting to exert some control in the situation by arriving almost an hour and a half late.
Yeah, she chose to have another debate beforehand for some ludicrous reason, and then left Doe waiting there for like an hour and a half. We know we were in the chat the whole time.
It wasn't just that though. Like Riley was like, "Hey, I need to restart my Discord," and then pieced out
No,
first.
Doe said that. Doe restarted its Discord because it was having sound issues. It then came back, and Riley was just gone for that whole time.
Yes, that is correct. So there was those issues. That's how we got the musical interlude, which was, by the way, really fun. Doe, you're really talented. It was really
Oh, Doe actually. Oh, I missed that. Ooh, I want to see Doe play music.
God, I would have been so much happier. Like we just ended there, and Riley just no-showed up. But you know, here we are. So arriving late. Numerous times during this debate, Riley muted the call without even saying anything because, you know, she's also streaming on her end. And so there's just silence where, like, Doe didn't even know what was happening until Doe kind of went, wait a minute.
Meow, meow, meow.
You know, there's a lot of not allowing the other
Ooh.
person to talk. You know, so I think that's basically the whole thing. Where, like, if Doe got even a little bit into, like, explaining something, right, like, cut it off.
Yeah, I'll just call it what it is. It was abusive.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's where I'm going. So there's a lot, and some of these go together. There's a lot of moving the goalpost. Riley kept creating new and changing new situations. In fact, I was in that chat joking about Riley's OC being the worst, because it kept on. If Doe responded with something, Riley added another scenario, another piece, another part, and just kept adding and adding and adding and adding and adding. And this happened like 10 times.
Wait, Riley's OC? Isn't an OC an original character? Like,
in a row, okay?
Is there
And
another?
It absolutely made
what are they?
the initial debate like impossible.
What do they mean by
to have,
OC?
because how can you respond when the first thing isn't even the same anymore? Okay. And so no, this absolutely kind of got into, you know, gaslighting.
Yeah, so I can explain the gaslighting claim real quick. So
Yeah.
I said this in the chat, and I stand by it. I have been very critical of the left as far as their tendencies to use the term gaslighting and projection because they tend
Original content?
to use them wrong. For something to be gaslighting,
Oh, so maybe they are talking about Riley's like prepared content rather than react content
someone has to
or
exert
debate content.
a force on you where they are attempting to rewrite reality or tell you something different than you actually
Oh, it's building a straw man. Oh, I see. The straw man's the OC. I got it.
know.
That makes sense.
It also requires somebody coming in and attempting to not only act in a positive manner towards you and then withhold that positivity, but it also requires a level of control over the conversation. There are many people that use gaslighting as a term wrong. And I've talked shit about this a number of times. That's
I hope I don't use it wrong.
That false version of gaslighting is not what happened.
My parents were annoying, tough, and normal. Well, normal for activists trying to teach their children the truth about what's going on.
Here. What I saw Riley do was gaslighting. Riley did not in any way show up to this in good faith, and I can make that claim. I stand by it. Because
oh yeah, the
coming in trying to be civil and decent, that's how you should be in a debate, that's great. Except then disappearing, controlling the narrative, basically shutting things down. And essentially what ended up happening is that Doe is kind of left there hanging. Again, it's literally social conditioning. This is how social psychology works. Beyond safe words, tell me if I'm wrong, but doesn't that kind of fit that narrative? You come in really nice, everything's great, and then you use that opportunity for Doe to have to reset their Discord, and it essentially does a little bit of like a variation, I would say, of love bombing. Not to the same extent, but yeah.
Yup.
It's fucking gaslighting. Because then Riley comes in and not only says, that wasn't my intention, I refute that. I'm going to make fun of that voice forever. But on top of that, then goes...
The online left has gaslit me into using gaslit wrong.
That's not what you intended. Essentially, he's trying to tell Doe what Doe intended. Hold on, someone gave us a link. I do want to see what this is, because it probably is super related.
Hey, Duke.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can actually. This is.
Give me a second. The gayest fesh. I'll hear her admitting this later. I see. This is from that video.
For the long haul, right? And the reason why I opened up this in order to debate whoever is because if you have seen my most recent video on my main channel, and I mean, like, if you want to believe that I acted in bad faith, then I would disagree with you, but, you know, I can't do anything to change your mind, probably. I did try to engage in good faith, and to an extent, I was aware going in that, like, with Doe, with Malcolm, it wasn't that bad. I felt like that was a fine conversation. With Doe, and especially with Vosh, that they were not going to engage with what I was saying in good faith. And I think it's pretty reasonably apparent that that's the case, especially with Vosh, like, speculating about my mindset a lot. Like, that was really fucking weird.
Nope.
Your mindset. Yeah, people speculate a lot about your mindset and your sexuality.
Yeah.
In ways that are offensive and offend me by proxy.
Yeah, like, that's really fucking weird. I think you acted in good faith to a default. You defended your beliefs even when you knew it looked bad. Yeah. No, and that's because I think that there's a problem when you are engaging with bad faith actors. So let me describe in my main the video in my main on my main channel. I'm going to describe what I would call as the RGR.
Okay, here's her when she goes into her whole why you don't have to be in good faith.
Oh well.
So
I'm
gonna point this out. That was
Should I-
just a
is it
literal
okay if I sneeze?
tacit
Oh my God, maybe I
acknowledgement to
won't
the fact
sneeze.
that
I
this
thought I
is
was gonna sneeze.
This is coming into the situation bad faith.
Okay.
You assume that they already were, which is in and of itself
False
a bad
alarm.
faith action.
False alarm.
I'm just gonna say that you can't really come into a situation and assume the person's going to be this. You have to give them benefit of the doubt. That is how an argument and debate work. I actually think that if I wanted to be wholly honest, I guess if you wanted to be really stringent, I'm going to
All
say
about the
Doe came in an
barefoot
absolute
tweet,
good faith.
yeah.
Despite the fact that Doe was the injured party, Doe came in absolute good faith. Again, the most nicest forest puppy. Just came in, was very, very solid, very decent. It was good stuff. Now, here's the thing. One could make the argument from a stringent perspective that Vosh wasn't, but that's because Vosh watched this debate too. I know, because we saw him in chat.
Well, I had a few other things on my list about that too.
Yeah, we'll come back to this in a second. But essentially
Yeah.
what I'll say about this is he probably came in more angry because, well, I think that after watching that, Vosh came to the same conclusion we did. That Riley just spent the last hour trying to control a conversation, as well as gaslighting and refuting the actual responsibility of what she did. That is RGR. RGR made an inference that Doe was a pedophile and then didn't even have the spine to back it. So I want you to just recognize that that is her words, her tiredly talking to, I believe, her girlfriend, acknowledging that she went into this in the poorest way possible, because they're not going to listen to me. Or, and I want to be really clear on this, you mentioned this to me in the kitchen. I understand some people don't feel listened to, and there are times where that is true. But there are also times where people, and Xena brought this up, and I'll let Xena speak more about it, but the short version of this is, a lot of times people say, you're not listening to me. And this happens in our fights. A lot.
Yeah.
You know what you mean is, you're not agreeing with me. RGR doesn't want us to listen, because we are listening.
Yeah, Vosh is bisexual.
We are hearing you, Riley. We understand your arguments. They're just piss poor. And you're throwing people under the bus, and we'll get more into that. Especially with Beyond Safe Words, because thoughts like this and beliefs like this are incredibly harmful. But again, those are the thoughts. So Xena, do you want to go more into that, or is there more here that you want to jump off into?
No, I just think that assertion, like, especially coming from Riley, like, you're not listening to me, you're not doing this, no one is listening to me, also is an abuse tactic, especially when, no, Riley, you have so many eyes on you right now, watching this stuff. You are absolutely being heard on this stuff. Again, just not agreeing. And I think one of the biggest tactics, too, that happened, and God, this one's a rough one, but going until the other person agrees. Not letting the argument drop until there is just complete and whole agreement. You know, even okay, we can kind of meet.
Yeah, this is something that probably more than anything else turns people off about Debate Bros, is the fact that they feel entitled to your mental space, right? And we've seen this in our community before, where, you know, people, you know, won't back down in the VC on somebody that's really not trying to have a debate, you know? And I've even experienced it with, like, you know, people that I thought were friends of mine, and all of a sudden went into debate bro mode out of nowhere, right? It doesn't feel good. I'm gonna say it, it's abusive. It's abusive. It's entitled, it's transgressive, and it's abusive. And is it as bad as other kinds of abuse? No. No, it's not. There's other kinds of abuse that are worse. That's true. It's on the scale of abuse, it's more towards the annoying side. But it's still not something that anybody should have to put up with, right? And like, whether it's Demon Mama wanting to, you know, wisely end the call with Riley on the original debate, or in this case, like, you know, like, I think the word is harangued, right? That this is how we describe Riley's behavior towards Doe, and even towards Vosh. Although Vosh was a little bit more proactive in, like, kicking Riley off the call. If so many people are slandering you like Doe, if you even did you even need to get screenshots? So even, oh yeah. Oh, God, it's just a bunch of sea lions
on like a halfway point.
That's DGG.
Really didn't happen in any of this. That was huge.
You're swimming in an ocean of sharks and sea lions and jellyfish. I like the jellyfish, though.
And so both of these arguments, or, you know, debates with both Doe and Vosh ended with Riley being hung up on. Okay, there was no way Riley was going to stop.
Oh yeah, Doe had to do it because Riley kept muting Doe, because Doe kept trying to advocate for itself.
Yep.
And Riley didn't like that. And this is, we should probably get into the sort of sucker, the sort of right hook that kind of took it back into Doe's corner.
I think the only other thing I was going to say on this topic was there was also so much denying what happened on Riley's part. Riley absolutely, like, we watched Riley in Vosh's chat say that things didn't happen that did, or went, oh, well, I had that conversation with Doe, maybe, you know, it was someone else. A lot of those things happened.
Riley was in the video, not in the chat, but yeah.
I'm sorry, in the video, chatting with them.
While Doe was in chat arguing back, yeah.
No. Like, there was so many times where Riley just denied what had just happened. Just absolutely at the gate. And just... Great look, Riley. We all just watched you on video. Fantastic.
Via Pam, I'll check that out in a little bit. We'll just keep it moving because this is going to be long.
No, this is what I've got on particularly the, like, speech tactics part of this.
Yeah. So now I want to get into form for the actual, like, if you were watching this like a boxing match, what happened? During the first part, Riley would basically...
Can we not watch it like a boxing match, though?
Not let Doe talk. Anytime Doe brought up anything, Riley would immediately take it back to a binary of yes or no, and then bring up these absurd hypotheticals. By the way, new rule. If you debate Riley Gracious Shong, you need to take away the word hypothetical. And primary. Primary and hypothetical. If I never hear those fucking words again, it'll be too soon. Do not allow her to go into weird-ass hypotheticals because they're full of projection, the real word, and nonsense.
Well, it was just such an denial of, like, reality, right?
I know, it was these absurd things, yeah. We'll get into that in a second. But where this argument shifted, and this is what I want you to all take into consideration, because this is a big part of what we're going to be getting into with Beyond Safe Words, is when you watch that debate, where it turns around for Doe is Doe brings up the fact that Doe is a survivor of childhood sexual abuse and goes into detail about that abuse. Which, by the way, it shouldn't have had to. But the fact of the matter is, Riley was so up her own ass into abstract hypotheticals that Doe had to bring it back down to reality and actually had to shock Riley into fucking shutting up.
Well, and again, the Riley continually claiming, you know, I want to protect kids in some format, right? Like saying something to that equivalent constantly.
And then Doe pointing out that your actions do not protect kids, and in fact, what you're doing is essentially leading to more harm.
Yep.
And then, of course, Riley, in order to backtrack from this, tries to say that Doe's experiences as a child sexual abuse survivor isn't relevant to the topic of child.
Those logic trees are the same shit like asking, what's better, voting Republican or bladder cancer?
Child sexual abuse in the form of this supposed kink at pride take, but on top of that, then mutes it to try to silence it about these topics.
Okay, so this is a good time to move to,
Do you understand how fucked that is? I don't tend to moralize much on this
unless there's
stream.
something, else...
But as a childhood sexual abuse survivor?
Unless there's something else in here that people want me to watch, I'm gonna move now to... So we're talking about the you know, part of the debate where abuse was brought up, right? And I think that's where President Sunday starts watching. So this is President Sunday, you know, sort of travels in maybe debate bro circles, generally has better takes. Definitely was on the right side of things with Vosh and Professor Flowers. So, you know, I'd like to check in with President Sunday when we can, see what's up with the president of...
I don't actually want to like discuss the nuance.
Everyone's second favorite day of the weekend. I don't know.
No, I am discussing nuance. I think that your worldview
You're
leads
really
to very
not.
bad
You literally just said, "Give me a yes or no answer." No, I don't like
because
your nuanced answer. Give me a yes or no answer.
Just,
Are you
no,
serious?
nuance. No, hold on. Nuance is not the same as refusing to give a yes or a no. You can give all the nuance that you want and also give a clear yes or a no.
Sometimes it's not just a yes or a no. Sometimes you have to make a nuanced case for sometimes yes and sometimes no. There are some people who have
that's
like,
why he's president, yeah.
with like premature ejaculations. They'll even do it
well,
like
we definitely don't
without touching or anything like that.
We definitely don't run in the same circles, but yeah, I've come to respect Sunday's takes on a lot of things. So
I don't mean to. It's not like you know.
What the fuck am I listening
but
to?
it still occurs. I think that people can orgasm in public in ways that aren't very like harmful. But
I'm sorry. You gotta love this guy.
Harmful.
Okay, so I want to give you another scenario based on what you've already said, and I want you to tell me if it is or if it is not harmful. Okay?
I think we've walked through enough of these examples. I don't really know what else you're trying to get out of this.
No, I'm trying to test your values.
I feel like we really, really have... I mean, yeah, of course you're trying to test me. You've tested me like 5 times now, and I've been pretty consistent.
No, you have not been consistent. I can't even get a baseline level of what your views are. You've not given a clear answer to any, like, almost any of the questions I've asked. So I just want to try. I'm trying to ask questions to figure out what.
I'm
your
coming at
views
this
are.
late, so I missed
So
what
I'm
came
going to
before
give you
this,
another
but
example based on what you have already
Riley
said
is legitimately
to
interrupting this
see
person a lot.
what your response
Maybe it's
is, so I can
justified.
help
I haven't
figure
seen
out what your values
what came
are.
before, but
Okay.
Okay, that sounds really cool. We haven't
So-
done this yet. I'd really like to.
Okay. So let's say that you have the person from the example that you tweeted about, your partner, foot fetish. You go out with your partner. You know that your partner has a foot fetish.
You know that your
intentionally
you knew that your partner had a foot fetish when you went out. How could you? How could you, Doe?
primarily
Oh my God.
do not wear
what have I
shoes
walked
in
into,
order to
guys?
appeal to your partner's foot fetish.
The weirdest of champs, Sunday. The weirdest of champs.
Someone in my
children
server
around.
told me to look at
You
this.
do
What the
not
hell am I listening
care
to?
That there are children around, but there are children around. Your partner.
So much shade from do you see the framing of this is making this like normal thing of just walking around with bare feet sound insidious.
Who also does not necessarily care if there are children around, ends up getting off, orgasming as a consequence of you specifically.
It feels like I'm trying to think about it. Like I'm trying to describe what it feels like. Like it's like a situation in high school where maybe you've got a teacher that themselves doesn't have a lot of sexual experience, right? And they're like concerned about PDA or something that the, children are doing, right? And they are trying to explain why not to do the PDA or, explain why the school's policy is what it is and how it's going to be, enforced of like, keep your hands to yourselves and like all that shit. You know what I'm talking about? The discourse I'm talking about, right? And they're describing like, the children's intentions, but it's clear from their description to any of the children I guess at this point you're talking about like, high schoolers, right? Who do maybe know a little bit more than the teacher does about that sort of thing. It's obvious that the teacher, doesn't know what they're talking about and is describing, sexuality in a way that, much like Hawes's discussion of sexuality, which belies a lack of familiarity therewith. Is that the right preposition? That's a preposition? Yeah, it's a preposition. I think I'm using a preposition, right? Am I using a preposition? I think I am.
Appealing to their foot fetish. Do you think that there is any harm incurred to the children, even though that was not necessarily intentionally a part of the situation? Yes or no?
In high school, you took women's studies. Attitudes towards women started to change. When I would argue it with other boys, they would ask, what if you saw blank girl's name laying naked? Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god, that is, oh yeah. This drama is my first experience with RGR, and it seems to me like she suffers from a bad case of lawyer brain. Whole debate sounds like she's in court trying to get somebody to admit guilt. You're trying to get the, what is the you can't handle the truth moment. Yeah, like they trying to get like and that apparently, which never really happens in real courtrooms, but it looks great in the movies. So yeah, and I obviously would look great in a clip, and that's what a lot of people are saying, is that Riley was fishing for a clip. Even back then, I thought RGR arguing that like, and she's an adult. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of that going around. There's debate, there's lawyer brain, there's content brain, there's like COVID brain, and it's all just like conspiring to produce like so many fights, so many flare-ups, so many bridges burned right now. And I'm just trying to hold on to my people at this point. I'm just trying to, like, I don't know, I just feel like I'm actually kind of hurt by all of the interpersonal pain that I've had to see lately. And I don't want to do anything to contribute to it at this point, right? If anything, I want to try to tamp it down when I can, while at the same time not denying the real harm that comes from, tradcon viewpoints like this, right? And that's the That's the tightrope I'm walking right now. Like a lawyer would ask 1,000 questions to get some deeper conclusion. Probably just sit her up and ask her if everything's okay. Maybe check for life signs. It's a very dark question. Oh my god, yeah. Just making up these stories and hypotheticals. Yeah. Yo, this is like what Irrelevant does. This is what, you know, Vosh does. This is what this is what, you know, this is the game. This is the meta. This is what they're doing. This is what they're about. And it's not about truth. And it's not about justice. I guess all they got left is the American way, but okay, I don't know what I'm saying here, chat, but it's not really like it's a vice marketed as a virtue, is what it is. All derivative of the sorted lib brain that makes them think they can debate the other side into giving up. Yeah.
The way you've described that, no.
That's a good point, Middle Earth Marxists, and that is a delusion that a lot of people deal with, right, in content creation. Like the idea, because you could imagine, you know, like punching somebody through the wall, you think you really could punch them through the wall, and that the truth of the matter is you could probably hit them pretty hard, you could probably ruin their day for them, but they're not going through the wall. You know, you're not the Incredible Hulk. You might feel like the Incredible Hulk when you're angry, but that doesn't make it so. And you know, same thing with content creation. You know, we're all in those sumo suits. You know, we think we can hurt each other, but most of what we can do is just kind of flop on each other. And you know, at the end of the day, you know, it's kind of pointless. It's kind of pointless.
Oh, I don't believe a harm was done to those children.
Okay.
Well, were they aware of it? I didn't catch that. Because if they're not aware of it, then it's like...
Thank you.
Like, it's weird and gross, but
so
they...
this is
they
why
I would it's not part of their experience,
your
so.
framing of this. Because I would say that doing that violates, categorically, the consent of the children, and therefore causes them harm. That is my issue with what you are... That's my issue with what you are proposing.
Aaron Sorkin liberals.
Because you engage.
Oh my god, this is so weird. I'm like in the scene. I'm here with President Sunday.
Wait a minute. Is RGR arguing that if somebody gets off privately without people knowing that therefore that's violating the consent of people in the vicinity?
Let me give you an example of this. Do you
well,
think...
no, actually, let me give you an
like
example
if someone's
of
having
this.
like lustful thoughts
so
about
went through
not children, hopefully, while in the
child
vicinity of
sexual
children,
assault.
are they violating their consent? That doesn't make any sense.
To other people
If this was like displayed,
there were people who...
if this was displayed, there'd be a point here, but this seems very strange.
And
I don't even want to comment on this though
there's
because
a
it's
very
so
big
fucking
difference
creepy.
from the guy
like, what is
who was
this?
looking at me and desiring me sexually.
West Wing caused more harm than good.
How did this conversation start?
Paid to fuck my bleeding holes and then sticking his fingers down my throat so I'll puke for him so he can make me eat it before he shoots his load into my ass, okay? There's a very big difference between the desire of the first person and the actual act of the second person. These are fundamentally different. My consent wasn't broken when someone was looking at me, you know, with desire. That's not...
Oh my god, guys, calm down.
He came in and called it pretty quick. This is yeah. This is the opposite of Rose Wrist, right? If you remember, we started to watch Rose Wrist, and Rose Wrist was like, "Wait, what is it? What's going on? What's?"
I am sorry.
That violated my consent.
It sounded like Rose Wrist got like kind of watched it backwards, like watched the Vosh thing first, so it's harder to figure out from that vantage point.
Do with this conversation.
Absolutely does, because your definition of sex acts includes the man who was looking at me, wanting to buy me, but not doing it.
This is so freaking weird.
TOS, but let me be clear. All right.
I know, right?
We're still doing the kink of pride
impact.
thing?
Yeah.
Everything that
no
you
dig on
said
Rose Wrist. Yeah.
Does not have to do with the scenario that we just talked about.
It has to do with your definition of sex acts.
So the person...
Your definition of sex acts fundamentally fails. It includes people who wear crop tops. It includes people who
No,
wear
it
high
doesn't.
heels to make their
No,
ass
it
look good.
doesn't.
And it
No, it
includes the
doesn't.
man who looked at me, desiring me.
It seems to, though. I'm missing context. Has
No,
anybody been watching the
not at
debate
all.
fully? Like, it seems like...
Was he trying to?
No, he was just.
RGR seems
Which
to be
one of
grasping
us
here.
He wanted to
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah, grasping
I
for a
would say-
clip. my
Here's
guys.
an example. Like, what if
He's
a...
not-
Yeah, he desired me sexually.
If he was not doing something, acting
He was
on-
desiring.
Okay, here's an example. Like, what if a trans chaser got off to Riley Grace Rochon privately, in their head, whoever it is, while they were around other people, or around children if you want to make it extreme? Like, would that have violated the consent of the people around them? Like, I don't think consent has to do with what is yours, right? I don't think you have a right to basically the sovereign decision over what exists in space metaphysically in your vicinity.
Metaphysically.
You have a right to not be presented with unwanted, like, sexual material, say, but I don't think you have a right to not have that exist privately in the minds of other people. That seems like a very strange argument to me.
No,
You were
stop.
pretty wording around it because
no,
they
no,
heard
stop.
your message.
Unless
They
I'm
heard the
misreading,
message
it's
that you were sending
possible.
out.
Stop,
They
stop.
heard it.
You're
They
putting
heard it
words
loud
in
and clear.
my
They
mouth.
heard it every time
Stop
you called.
putting
Yeah,
all of
right?
those people.
It's very-
Yeah,
in my
no,
mouth.
they totally did, and they get it. They
Hold on,
absolutely,
I'm gonna- no, hold
they
on, I
absolutely
gotta-
understood. Your audience picked it up. Did you not?
No, no, I'm gonna. All right, I'm gonna mute you. All right, because now I am incredibly concerned about TOS. All right,
Well, this is kind of rich.
stop.
Does anybody remember when Demon Mama did this to RGR and she was crying afterwards?
Back to having a So I did not call you a pedophile.
Oh my god, walnuts are so
I
good
didn't.
though.
I said that you either
I think I ate too many
intentionally
walnuts.
made an argument that would lead
What happens if
to
you
what
eat too many
pedophiles
walnuts?
want, or you negligently did.
Oh, this is stupid.
That is what I argued.
Do you turn into a small
and that is
woodland
what I
creature?
maintain, especially based on your answers earlier.
Having sex with children. I never claimed that.
All
I
right,
have
I'm
only
not.
said that it
hold
is
on.
okay to do things in public that deal with sexual desire.
Do you understand what negligence means?
Yes, unintentionally.
Okay.
So
This
what you're saying is,
comment-
I have a belief, whether or not I know it, that I did it, whether or not I meant to. You're saying that I said it's okay to have sex with children,
Stop.
whether or
Nope.
not I know it. That's
Stop.
what you said.
That's
You
not what I
said
said.
that about me. You
Stop
know that, right?
No,
Those
stop.
are the words that you
You're
said
keep
about
putting
me.
words in my mouth. You can
I
yell
mean,
all you want.
Maybe this is how you need to handle debate bros.
Those are what those words mean.
No.
Like,
no,
not,
Stop.
Anyone can see
Like
that
debate
that's what those
folk.
words mean.
No. Stop.
And your audience
Oh,
heard
hold
them.
on.
Maybe
I'm
this
gonna
is what
mute
you should
again.
just bring in. Yeah,
You
because
again.
like this is. I thought about this. So
Yelling
chat.
does not make you more.
Of course, I thought about this after the debate, but and I wasn't. My mind wasn't there. Okay, so let me be honest. The irrelevant debate. Everybody knows the debate that we're talking about. The one that he has up on his site, where it's called "Is Blackface Okay?" And it's like the question is posed to me, and I'm like looking like I don't know. Maybe it's like fucking totally fine, right? You know, it's really disingenuous presentation, basically, right? Complete fucking, complete like But anyway, I thought about it for a second, and like if I was a debate bro, and I wanted to get that W, that was all I cared about. The second they're relevant poses that question, makes that comparison in the background, I call it out and say, irrelevant. Are you saying being trans is like blackface? That's low. That's low, but that's how they do. That's how the debate bros I don't know. Like, cause like in a way, like, you know, Doe just called it out. Doe did the thing that I didn't do in that debate, right? Because I went into the debate thinking Relly was like, you know, kind of like I was, listen, at the time I looked at Relly like an older brother. I was super naive. about debate bros. I was super naive about what this whole thing was. It was fucking peachy keen and everybody's super nice to me and everything. And I was just like always trying to be just like, okay, well if Relly wants to debate me, we'll have a debate. What do you want to debate about, Relly? And I was so fucking naive. And this motherfucker comes in there trying to farm my ass for drama. And it feels gross. And I don't want to be used like that again. And I think that as, you know, like, I think calling it out maybe is the right idea. The next time they try to do some shit like that, just fucking turn it around, call them out, and be like, okay, so you think that being trans is like blackface. Great, awesome, that you are in no way a fucking ally, you know? And it's like, made that bed, sleep in it, motherfucker. Sleep in that bed.
Alright. Alright?
Is there a way to
One
talk
does
to
not
Doe?
make you
Like, she
more
needs
right.
to leave this conversation.
Talk about negligence.
Had someone try to say that drag was like blackface? I destroyed them.
Means that you do something, or you say something, and you are not aware of its implications at the time that you do it. But you still do cause harm. Alright? I'm gonna unmute you. You're gonna stop saying that this is calling you a pedophile, because it is not.
Yeah, so Sunday's watching it live.
Alright.
I can't believe
Was
you
watching
muted
it
me.
live.
That's incredibly embarrassing.
Because you were
Oh my
No,
God.
hold on. You were yelling, and you were trying to put words in my mouth.
Wow.
All right.
Who's trying to put words in whose mouth?
I am justified.
RGR is kind of a cretin, isn't she?
Keep saying that I said a thing when I didn't.
I didn't
Looked
say
at
it.
the clip. We looked at the clip.
You said
Yes.
that I intentionally or negligently justified pedophilia. That means that either I meant to.
What? Doe doesn't need to leave the
say something
conversation. I just don't
sex
think this is
to
good for her.
children, or I unintentionally hold the belief or
No.
made an argument that justifies, made an argument that would allude to the belief.
Let's see. I'm
that
not subscribed to
having
Doe. Let me
sex
see
with
if I
children
can't
is
find it.
okay.
Now hold on. Stop. All right. It's not just.
How do I get out of this?
There is a possibility, because I can't read your mind. I don't know what's in your head. But the total scope of possibilities means that either
Je jure de ne jamais dire de mots qui ne soient vrais.
Oh, that's not it. Hang on.
Sorry, Chad. My French brain just turned on for a split second. I think you might have seen it. Did you recognize it in my face? The French brain awakening.
I guess she's on Twitter. Or it's on Twitter. Whatever they go by. I don't like the it thing. Pronouns that dehumanize people, I'm not super on board with. But I will play ball for the sake of civility.
Oh my god, okay. What a good sport, huh?
Okay. This is
For playing
interesting.
ball.
Okay, I think I found it. Alright. No idea what to expect here in terms of the format. But upset.
You
She
did.
seemed upset from
You agreed.
RGR's side.
Just now, you've agreed multiple times actually that you are fine with certain situations where someone engages in a sexual act, gets off publicly around children.
I swear to God that like this sounds like this is what I'm saying is it sounds like a prudish teacher like describing what she thinks that the kids are getting up to these days, right? And just like really having no concept, like being completely just detached and
You keep saying
out of touch.
You are no, stop. You agree that there are situations where you are fine with that happening.
I'm fine with
my
legitimate.
God.
Look at your chat.
Okay.
Look at them all doing it.
My name is Mew Mew. Wait, are they vibing hard? Is this the vibing hard part? Are they vibing? Yeah. So the thing that happened, Chad, from my understanding, and I could be wrong, but basically DGG is in RGR's chat right now. Your kids and your beepers RGR is arguing the same thing, that the anti-trans argument is not what did happen, but what could possibly happen. Oh, right, yeah, this is definitely along those lines. You could possibly get hit by a bus. Should you therefore stay inside all your life? Looks like an antique shop. Oh, Sundays? These kids will squish their Tide Pods with their bare feet while putting lip balm on their eyelids to get off. Yes, basically, and fidget spinners too. It's what they call stimming. Can you imagine if somebody like was like, oh yeah, stimming is that's a sexual thing, right? Yeah. It's what these kids do these days. They're always looking to stem. Wait, so not sure what's going on now with...
Oh, are we good now?
No, you're not. You're too quiet.
Oh, we're connected again. What the hell?
Oh, okay. So there was a connectivity problem.
I don't know if it's OBS or if it's YouTube, but this happens so
Why am I talking really quietly?
often. I'm actually really pissed
I just hear them up there and
off about it.
It's like the louder that they are, the more quieter I try to be. I wonder when his chat will tell.
RGR is not smart. This is...
My favorite thing about Sunday is when he says something really matter-of-factly.
We're back? Good. Sound is low. Oh god, the sound... The sound reset. Of course it did. How's this? Better?
Umar, you know it. Yes. Yes, I have gotten it. That exact reaction.
Alright.
How am I supposed to know?
They do not understand what I do for a living. They have no clue. And there's no way to explain it to them.
You're gonna just move on? You're gonna say that and you're just
I just have to say it's like journalism.
move on?
It's kind of like journalism.
No, I'm responding to what
Journalism with a squid hat is what I do for a living, okay?
you said.
Yeah, you
I do the news. I'm the newscaster in Inkopolis.
said something that was a
in that
lie,
scenario,
and then you're not gonna acknowledge that it wasn't true, and now you're just trying to move on. I can't see when you...
I've increased the volume. The sound should be better now.
I'm asking you to
I kind of want to see President Sunday get huge. Just because I love Sunday's personality.
I'm going to
my
justify
personal experience because it is the ultimate counter to your poor definition.
No, it's not the ultimate counter. I'm about to explain why. Also, can you please give a trigger warning? People in my chat are asking that you give a trigger warning before you talk about...
No, I don't think so. You didn't give me a trigger warning when you called me a pedophile.
I didn't call you a pedophile.
You did.
No, I didn't. We already went over it.
Yeah.
Stop
You
lying.
strongly insinuated it.
No.
Tell them I got a TV show on public access, internet television. It's called Everybody Loves Irene.
Yeah.
No. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I reject that. Do you have any other... Alright, hold on. You said multiple times. Is there any other time aside from this? Because here, I would reject that I ever called you a pedophile. I would reject that. 100%. You said I called you a pedophile multiple times. Are there any other times where that possibly happened?
You deleted all your tweets, don't you remember?
I didn't. I never tweeted calling you a pedophile.
Okay.
So you're just calling me a liar then?
No, I...
Are you... That's a great defense. Are you calling me a liar?
At the very beginning of this debate that neither of us can prove that claim because you hid all the evidence, so it's
I
impossible
didn't
for
hide all the
anyone to
evidence. I
claim
deleted it because
anything.
you and your community were harassing me.
sure. We were talking about things that you said publicly as a public figure. That is.
I never. Do you have any screen? All right. Do you have any screen cap? If I deleted a tweet, then I could have had it.
Your girlfriend tweeted, and it seemed to be in line with things that you believed. Because I had the exact same argument as you about how desiring a foot fetish, desiring feet with a foot fetish is itself a sex act, and then she cited some like legal stuff, and then she got put on bad legal takes. Oh man, that was so funny.
You don't have any actual evidence of me calling you a pedophile once.
You did it multiple times, but
no, I did.
There's a VOD, no, so we should be able to see this after.
Okay. I can't. Like I already said, I can't prove that you tweeted those things. It's fine. We can move on from it. I know you did it. You deleted your tweet.
You specifically lied. Then why are you trying to prove something that you don't even know is true?
Well, I know that it happened because it happened to me. And beyond that, I don't need those tweets here because your video.
All right, wait. How is that any different? Hold on, we need to go through that claim because there's.
Why is RGR the way she is?
Massive issue there. So you're saying that you're saying it's true that I called you a pedophile multiple times because it happened to you. That is your evidence, right?
No, I'm telling you that I can't provide evidence. I said that at the very beginning of the discussion, and I can't do it now.
You are saying that it's true that I called you a pedophile multiple times because it happened to you and you know it to be true.
Well,
that's what you're providing as evidence.
No, I know it happened. It happened to me.
I know it didn't happen.
Prove it. There's no evidence because you deleted all of it.
I know it didn't happen.
Okay, and like I said, neither of us can move forward on that. I've said that more than once. It's fine.
So you did lie about me.
I didn't lie. The same way.
Do you have any proof that you were telling the truth?
Wait.
No, it's not.
If you say that someone is intentionally or unintentionally defending pedophilia,
I know you.
No, not all law students are like this.
But
you have not intentionally defended pedophilia.
I know that it's not all.
I know law students personally. Very sharp, sober people. RGR is playing a bit, and she's just bad at it. Why did the audio go back down?
You're not responding to me.
I am saying,
audio's weird like that.
Oh my god.
Intentionally or unintentionally, one of them is that I knowingly
this thing is atrocious.
am justifying having sex with children, and the other one is saying that I don't know that I'm saying that it's okay to have sex with children. Neither of those are what I've done. I think it is okay to.
What about that second one there?
Yes.
Where you think that I am. That meaning.
You think that I unknowingly support sex with children, even though I more than once said that sex with children is wrong.
I think that you said that in this clip. I think that is the plain reading of this. I was specifically talking about what you said here.
You were talking about the foot fetish example.
Yes, where you ended up conceding that you are fine with scenarios where someone gets off sexually to a foot fetish.
I never said gets
children.
off. I've said gets off in this conversation, but I didn't say it in that initial one. But even if I did say get off.
Wait, hold on. You are saying that according to this clip and the beliefs that you elicited in this clip, that you are fine with scenarios where people get off to their foot fetish sexually in public around children.
In the clip, I said that it was okay to present your desires in public, to do things in public that elicit sexual desire. In this conversation, I've maintained that I don't think it breaks consent to.
This is really stupid, guys.
In public, as long as you don't involve the children around.
Okay, and
sorry,
now,
Chad, I have to
this
tweet.
point several times, we keep
this
trying
is
to pivot away.
really stupid.
I want to explain why that is wrong. All right, we keep pivoting away. I want to explain why doing a sex act around children, even if you do not involve them, is still harmful.
When a kid walks in on their parents, did their parents involve them in a sex act?
No. Why
not?
No.
These kids saw them having sex.
Because you're not. No, because you're engaged. Because they were acting in private. They took reasonable steps to act in private. And stop. I'm going to. All right. I'm going to mute you for a second.
I'm just going to mute you for a second. Don't worry. I just have to.
She wasn't interrupting you. Why are you muting her? Or it?
I've deafened myself and.
Is it wrong for me to not call Doe it? That doesn't come naturally to me. Like it creeps me out.
I have no obligation to continue to sit there and listen to her. I think that's more than fair. She's muted me multiple times. This is the only time I've done it. I can't hear anything she's saying. I think, so. I think this is more than fair. I'll see how long it takes her to notice or care.
It's funny. Oh my god. Like.
Meow.
What are you guys doing? I haven't read any of the chat. How are you guys doing?
Meow.
Okay, I'm gonna mute this for a second. I'm just gonna comment on this quickly. Here, we'll bring that up, and I'll just so I can still keep track of what's happening. We'll mute it here. I don't know how this debate started, but this is preposterous. As far as I can ascertain, the debate was, or when I jumped in, listening to it, the debate centered around whether it was violating the consent of children for somebody to quote-unquote get off, I don't know what that means in this context, but to get off at a foot fetish while in the proximity of children. It's like, okay, what does that mean? Does that mean like they're masturbating in public, or does it mean that they just had like unwholesome thoughts about feet privately in their skulls? Because that's not a sex
Though it's elegant and cool.
act. That's
True.
private.
True.
Like, oh, this is.
Oh, after understanding Doe's reasoning, and that makes it easier to.
Oh, does Doe go by she, her pronouns? I thought there was a big thing about Doe using it pronouns. This is nice lighting. This is no lighting. Let's see what's happening here.
Own personal
Yeah, right,
experience
impact, yeah,
that
true.
actually has to do with actual pedophilia. That's
I think
apparently
that,
not
yes.
actually like important to
Now,
you
first
as someone
off-
who's like really worried about CSA victims, right? Oh man,
All right, no. Clearly, when you say that, or you know you are poisoning the well.
it's not poisoning the well.
I agree that what happened to you was horrible. I am sorry that it happened.
Poisoning
you
the
know
well?
You are poisoning the well.
It's not poisoning
It's
the
a
well.
weird
It's
way
talking
to
about my
describe-
personal experiences.
Yeah.
Poison the well would be like, Riley is such a dumb Christian, she'll never be able to understand what I'm saying. Like, no, I'm not poisoning the well. I'm talking about an experience because I don't feel like you're adequately able to engage with the actual experiences of people who have gone through
And I'm telling
really
you
horrible
exactly
things.
the problems, and I'm telling you exactly the problems. And I also was going to explain. All right, so hold on. So if we want to go back to exactly the reason why that person in the scenario was not engaging in a sex act,
I'm just
I
stop
would say
eating
that it was
walnuts.
because they were primarily trying to pursue a sexual desire interest at that time. That would be.
Oh,
my
look at that
opinion.
person in your chat. The answer is yes, that Doe's a pedo if it thinks it's okay to orgasm in the presence of children. You know that was
All
actually
right.
like the norm, that like people would fuck in like
Now
common
hold on.
rooms.
Don't try to impugn. No,
It
hold
actually
on.
used to be the norm. I'm
Hold
not
on.
impugning it. I'm just telling you. I just want to hear like what your audience says. I'm reading it all. I know what your audience says. I just wish
All
you
right,
would
then
read what your
all right,
audience
then
says.
actually engage with what I'm saying because I'm responding to you. I would say that the person in your scenario, for as inflammatory as make it out to be, I would say that the distinguishing factor there is that they were not primarily.
Whereas
engaged in sexual
I
acts.
was sold to other people, and you're calling me inflammatory.
Yes. I mean, right now, hold on. You keep saying that. You keep repeating this. You keep repeating the fact that you are
Doe
CSA
literally said it's
victim,
fine
which,
to
by the
jerk in
way,
front of kids.
which,
That's not
by
what I
the way,
said. Hey,
is
Chatter
horrible.
Todsworth. That's not what I said. Sorry, I just wanted to let know. That's not what I said. You know?
Hold on. So, to be clear, the example that you gave, I would distinguish and say that the reason why that does not apply is because that person, we can reasonably surmise, was not primarily engaging in a sexual act at that time.
They were looking at me to buy me.
And all right, and you are, and I know that you are trying to just be as overly inflammatory as possible.
This is not inflammatory.
And I would say,
This is not
that
inflammatory.
in that situation, the thing they are primarily focusing on was the buying. That's what my answer would be. And I know that you're just going to respond with, "Oh my God, Riley."
It's like
you're
the
so
funny
terrible."
thing is that Riley came in here for clips. Riley came in here for clips,
She
and
dropped the call.
you just made one. There's your clip.
Oh, she dropped the call. Okay, well, let's go find the
I
other
wonder
call
if
then
that's
quickly,
why. I wonder if Riley
because
was
I don't
so
really care about
into the clip mentality that Riley realized, oh shit, that's a clip. Because
Alright, don't want to hear any more of that.
that's a clip. That
terrible.
is a clip.
Deepest
That's a clip de
sympathies. Don't want to hear anymore.
grace. Basically, it's like a
Oh, wait for the ad to
really
pass by.
fatty cut of clip. It's like a, as clips go, this is like a very, very. This is so bananas. Almighty
my God,
Strawberry
it's 15
Jam?
seconds long.
Hmm.
I freaking hate Twitch.
Every time I hear RGR say that, I'm like...
I don't know, YouTube TOS, Dopes, I'm not going to
Yeah.
list this afterwards. Somebody in my Discord wanted me to watch this because apparently...
Wait, who hung up? Was it Doe that hung up or was it
Okay,
Riley?
I would say, in the situation that Doe described, that person was not primarily engaging in a sexual act. Yeah, she was trying to well, hold on. They. Stop. Do not misgender. They. Everyone thinks that Riley... No, I'm still...
Okay, Doe goes by they. Okay, I can work with they. Just it like creeps me out. I don't call human beings it.
No. Doe left.
I'll be right back, chat.
I did not leave.
Google, you are not a person. You are not entitled to pronouns.
Alright?
And Doe hung up. Yeah. That
They all think you...
that makes sense. I thought for a second that Riley had hung up, but
Doe is
like, cause
saying-
Riley, I thought maybe Riley panicked considering like
Okay.
what she just said.
In
And
that
if you're in that, and like a lot of times, like if you're just having a discourse with people, you're not thinking about clips.
The Doe is trying
But
to
if you're
use
looking
their
for clips,
experience.
you're probably hearing clips. And maybe I thought that maybe Riley had picked up that she made one just then.
On her stream, she is crying on camera. So, all right, yeah. So this is.
Oh yeah.
Chat.
Historically, it was a
want you
slur
to
to the trans community. It's
This-
almost like taking it back. More for gender liberation than abolition.
Here.
Doe hung up. Yeah.
Hey, what's up? I'm wrong. She was laughing. Oh, well, okay. No, the issue there. Just 1 second, please.
Oh my God.
The issue there is that so if we want to engage in exactly the hypothetical, because I was engaging with it, I would say that the person from the scenario that they described was not primarily engaging in a sexual act. That would be my answer. All right? Doe isn't crying. All right.
No, it's
But that would
pronouns.
be my answer. That person that Doe described
That's a whole
was
other
not
debate I don't wanna
primarily
get into.
engaging in a sexual act. I think that it's reasonably apparent to anyone. I think it's apparent to any reasonable person who's watching. Okay. I was trying, to the best of my ability, to not engage in bad faith, and to actually get Doe to follow the line of logic. So, in this situation,
Yeah.
Doe said that I had accused them of being a pedophile multiple times, and the proof that they provided was, oh, well, you may have tweeted about it, but I don't have any proof, and the clip. Alright? And the clip that we saw was saying that Doe either intentionally or negligently made an argument justifying doing sex acts around kids. Which, by the way, turned out to be true.
Yeah.
That was absolutely true.
I'm just scrolling through the chat here. I don't think RGR, her own audience is even on her side in this.
Oh my God. I was wondering about that.
And around kids.
Yeah, this is stupid. If they're like, if they're whipping out their genitals in public and masturbating, that's one thing. But we're talking about some private emotional experience at this point. That's not violating any sort of.
Ora.
That's not violating anyone else's rights.
I'm weird. I'm sorry, chat.
I'm sorry. This is
Enabling that.
This is incoherent.
And I can explain it with this context, but first I can use a very not loaded other example. You see this a lot in politics and stuff, but I'll use
spike
the
collar.
one. It's not offensive. Where
Oh no! What about the children?
The abstracted apples.
They tune in for the jellyfish, but
talk
instead
about
they
the
see the
health
spiked
benefits of
collar,
eating
and
apples.
it's like.
That does not necessarily mean that I want to eat apples, but I am providing a justification for people who do want to eat apples.
What?
And I should be reasonably aware of the application of
Who
my
is
arguments.
talking here? Anybody know?
So in the same way,
What's up, 96?
No, you can't
FPS?
rewind live Twitch feeds.
excusing situations where it's okay to
I do expect there'll be a VOD
intentionally
from
have
Doe
sex
though somewhere.
in
I'll see if I
environments
can
where
find
children
that.
are or
Not gonna
conveniently
stream
expected
it,
to
but
be.
just so
That's not to say that
we know how
Doe in
this shit
any
show
way
started.
reasonably wants to have sex in front of children, and I don't think that's the case. That's why I called out initially, because I thought it was a really horrible argument, and I reported some very dangerous accounts that did seem to really want to use them as a useful idiot. I thought it was not okay, and this is the point where like we need to kind of walk back this discourse where it's enabling some like
Meow, meow.
bad people to start exploiting arguments for very malicious gain. It's just that like when you're saying that's like morally like
Oh, it's
that's
Riley's
ethical,
girlfriend.
that's acceptable.
Oh, now I
You don't
remember
want to
people.
do it.
Yeah.
You're creating
Wait, so
situations
can
where-
anybody remember? Like there was like I remember there was some tweet about like is it that her girlfriend didn't end up agreeing, or I
hypothetically,
can't remember.
someone who does want to get off to
The colors and the
kids, like,
pesky
or
rock
wants to
music.
watch someone wants to
The
do
peskiest.
situations
Actually, that's my
like that, specifically because
that's
of,
my
like,
favorite band, the Pescatarians. Yeah,
desire.
they're good. They're really good.
and they will say
It's
that
a pesky core.
argument and that this is more morally permissible as justification for that position. And I reported and got taken down a few accounts that were absolutely doing just that. That's why I initially angry tweeted, and that when
Yeah. No, like this is a
You're
really
about to blaze up some weeds. Oh my god.
really big issue with a lot of people who take these kind
About to
of
fire it up.
because when you take these kind of positions, then you end up justifying incredibly awful behavior, like what Lisa was just talking about.
It's the so-called hot music, like Glenn Miller, for example. Oh yes, that
No, you
raucous dance music. Yes, I
Load RGR's video
heard
and
of
go back
this.
while it's still a stream.
To be clear,
You
It's
can only
quite decadent.
do that when it's
I do not
posted after
know
it's been live.
if they are a pedophile, and I have never said
Oh my god, what a weird way to say it. Like, I think you do know that they're not, but whatever.
Because it processes afterwards.
And when I brought Doe on to actually provide evidence
That it is not. God damn it, now I'm repeating it.
where I specifically said either they were intentionally, either they do know what they're doing, or they don't know and they're being used as a useful idiot.
Hmm.
And this is the respect
Yeah.
where I think that they are being used as a useful idiot. Because even if they are
Disturbed covering Simon Garfunkel.
they are engaging in spreading beliefs that justify pedophilic behavior. That is the argument.
RGR
And I
had
think that
evidence?
based on the conversation, if you eventually come to the conclusion that
I guess we
yeah,
didn't
there
watch this
are
part.
some instances where you can be able to do
Sorry about the
sex
sound
in
being so
front of
low.
children and get off, and that is fine, then that pretty clearly justifies pedophilic perspectives.
I think it's probably true, but I don't think that's what
the other
RGR's
thing
interlocutor is
also
doing.
that, children are not
I'm missing
really
context though, I don't know.
be
Like, it's
able to
possible it
understand,
was like just the most egregious thing in the world right until I got
what
in. But
sex entails and the ramifications of it might be. That's why, there's age of consent laws. And it's also why we have like sexual education to know that. Because if you're just excusing like, yeah, kids can see like IRL sex right in front of them, that can happen. It's normalizing an idea that opens kids to exploitation for people when you use them. And that's why it's like it's supposed to be an issue where we instead advocate for strengthened and increased and improved sexual education, which is an absent nightmare in this country.
Another really good example, we didn't end up getting into
Simon and Garfunkel are totally responsible for goth.
this.
Hmm.
Be curious what Doe would say about this. It's about situations where you have people who end
I thought The Cure invented goth. Was it Simon and
They never
Garfunkel?
find out about it after, right? Because there you have a situation where you have someone who
Is that
used
beer?
very
No, it's just an
specifically
energy
for
drink.
sex, but maybe
It looks
it's
kind of like a
that they
beer,
never
huh?
actually end up finding
Especially
out.
when like half of it's like
Now,
see-through.
Doe might focus on like the physicality aspects there, but I would say that in this case, just like with the using someone else to masturbate or using the kids in public,
Their songs are so black pill.
that usually there's a focus on whether or not the other person knows. That was pretty reasonably demonstrable with the masturbating to a person who you take a photo of from work, right? Step one, define sex acts and saying, hey, listen, you want to come on? If you think I'm wrong, you can come on and prove me wrong. That's all I'll say about that. But yeah, like if you have situations where you're able to use someone else for sex and they never find out, then the
Neil Young is just responsible for depressive black
only
metal.
way through there, the only way to be able to define and that is still harmful.
Is she-
To focus on the violation of consent.
Is she equivocating between...
That is the issue.
Hang on. Is she equivocating between somebody getting off mentally in the presence of other people who are unwitting about that and date rape? Am I mishearing this?
Kind of sounds like it.
Because that's insane.
Because it makes them feel good in a non-sexual way, right? If you want to like feel confident with how you dress, if you like, we need to take a step back and evaluate this, because I know that there are other people who made the same kind of arguments earlier. If you go to the beach and you wear a bikini, we can imagine reasons aside from just like, does this make me feel good sexually, that someone would want to wear a bikini. I like wearing a bikini because it makes me feel confident. I don't wear it because I'm trying to appeal to my or someone else's like sexual desire. Okay? Like, I need nuance here. Is someone wearing a choker sexual? It depends what your primary intention is. And the way that you determine primary intention, because it is inductive, is because you go on the totality of
This is really stupid, guys.
So, this is a big distinction.
Hey, here's an idea.
Ontologically.
Oh
what
god,
is a
here we go.
sex act? Epistemically, how do you know if someone is engaging in a sex act?
Oh my
And then you have the
god.
question, what do we do about people who are engaging
Black
in
pill equals doomer equals nihilist.
If we begin with doing a sex act, if we begin with the idea that engaging in a sex act is where you are doing something primarily with the intention of appealing to a sexual desire or interest, all right?
No.
She keeps going back to the appealing to a sexual desire. I don't know if she realizes this was a meme. Like, her screaming, "Are you appealing to a sexual desire?" at the top of her lungs in that debate against the Scrub King back in summer, that was a meme, right? And not a particularly complimentary one.
Oh, okay. Massively impoverished. Okay, so this is flawed right at the gate because she doesn't have a coherent conception of what action is. Thoughts are not actions. Thoughts can be events depending on your theory of mind, but thoughts are not actions. Actions are things that you bring about in the world, and they have a...
So this is funny because, like, this is Professor Sunny's wheelhouse here. Like, actual philosophy, right? He's one of the, people in the debatosphere that reads it the most, right? And so it's just funny to see him kind of,
public
shine a light of, like, realness onto Riley's bullshit.
Existence. So if something is taking place purely inside
I wear tight bikinis because they're comfy, said no one
someone's
ever.
head, that's not an act.
CJ. Chat, do you think CJ's got a point? Like, listen, so I will say that I massively disagree with RGR here. And I even think that, like, this is an example of what's wrong with debate bro discourse. However, if I were to make it out to be that, like, RGR is the only one who ever does this, I'd be wrong. This is a basic debate tactic. This is getting used all the fucking time. This has been used against me, the example being irrelevant. This has been used against Professor Flowers with Vosh, like this same sort of fucking technique. This toxic shit of, like, I'm gonna slime my opponent with, the icky thing, right? And make them beyond the pale so you can't support them because they support this thing that we all agree is fucking bad, right? This is the same fucking technique. But does CJ have a point, right? I've just been through a witch hunt on Twitch Politics, and they were calling for my blood, and, it didn't really matter what the facts were. People wanted to look at the decontextualized presentation of, like, file folders with people's names by them, and not even really ask, like, where did this come from? What is this? What am I actually looking at, right? It was just like wherever your mind wants to go with. Whatever you think is in those folders is in those folders, right? So I'm a little bit reticent to say what Vosh said was, which is like, gloves off, go nuclear. So is CJ right? Yeah, some people, like Vosh, probably are saying shit that's irresponsible. Like, you know, what you should, and Vosh did also say the thing about, like, don't harass, right? But it's kind of like, there's a contrast there, right? When you say gloves off, nuclear, okay, it's fucking on now. Like, right? Your chat, your community doesn't need to hear that. Like, right? That is their natural disposition. If you want to, like, tamp down that disposition, you've got to kind of, like, get on the brakes. And that's not what was happening there with Vosh. So, yeah. I think CJ has somewhat of a point. Like, that being said, obviously I'm not in agreement with anything that Riley's saying here, and I think it's, you know, kind of despicable in a lot of ways. But you're not gonna find me joining on the dogpile, because Vosh straight up said, yeah. Oh, he walked it back. I mean, I'm glad he walked it back, but yeah, no, it was kind of disgusting. So yeah, some people maybe are taking this too far, right? But at the same time, I don't want to invalidate, you know, kind of the harm that comes from trying to displace, turning an issue like CSA into a meme is what Riley did, into a cerebral concept weaponized against her opponent, right? And, you know, as much as, you know, people might say that Doe, you know, tell Doe that it should have brought a trigger warning, it's that was some realness that was being brought to the debate that wasn't present before, right? And I do respect Doe for calling out exactly what Riley was doing, because I've had this kind of shit done to me, and I've never had, you know, like, I always kind of went along with it and played the debate bro game, and like, okay, take me down your logic tree, okay, well, this piece of logic is inconsistent, and then they freak out on you, and it's like, no, literally, you know, you got your logic tree, it's got like these different junctures, you took me to a juncture where it's not sound, I broke right through it, okay, now fix it or fuck off, right? You can't just say, oh, you're unwilling to engage. No, I engaged with it. I smashed it, okay? So what now? What now? Do you have a plan B irrelevant? No. Like, you know, I'm just gonna say that you like blackface. That's my plan B. Congratulations, dipshit. That is like the limit of your ability, right? I mean, there is a lot of anger here, right? And in general, I would ask that people, you know, not harass anyone, regardless of, you know, what happened and the injustice there that, you know, I acknowledge, right? Yeah, I don't want anybody getting harassed. I don't want anybody, you know. He didn't walk it back. I think people just heard what they wanted to. I see. Coddling this behavior must stop. RGR forced this issue and caused harm by accusing Doe of something horrible. Now we're supposed to feel bad for RGR suffering consequences. I call bullshit.
In order to be used in a sexual manner. So there, we would probably say, yeah, that probably is going to be a sex act, and we probably should have laws which regulate the use of those kinds of things.
What?
What about fursuits?
And if someone's getting off to something that's like not reasonably typically like a sexual thing, like if just eating a banana is perfectly fine, but like specifically if you're in the grocery store eating a banana and like moaning and stuff, then we're not gonna ban bananas. We're just like, okay, because you're doing this thing, it's unreasonable to ban bananas. We're just gonna say like, don't do that here, stop.
Why are we drawing the line here? Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Wait.
Also, by the way, hold on. By the way,
I challenge anyone to actually ban eating a banana in a sexy way in a grocery store. I bet I could go into a grocery store right now and eat a banana in an incredibly seductive way, and as long as I pay for the banana on my way out, I think I'm good. Oh wait, except they can't weigh it then, can they? Okay, so here's what I'll do. I'll get on the scale in the checkout before I eat the banana, and then I'll go after and like I'll weigh the difference between the one way. I'll put the tare on so like it weighs like how much more do I weigh now that I ate the banana, and that's what I'll pay for. There we go. Chat. There's always a way. There's always a way to go into a store, eat a sexy banana, and weigh yourself on the On the checkout stand.
Yes.
Right? We are
Yes,
skipping
these are
that
sexual
question.
kinks. That's what that
We
refers
are
to.
just talking about the ethics of what is a sex act. All right. This conversation did not actually have to do with
What the hell would a non-sexual kink even be?
Exactly, Duke. Exactly.
Like, I prefer my pizza cold. That's my kink.
That's some pretty kinky stuff, President Sunday. I didn't know you were wild like that. Damn, cold pizza? Oh.
Like, what does that mean?
Cold pizza, though.
Why are we regulating? Well, we have to regulate sex acts, Muhammad. Like, there are sex acts that are actually unethical and destructive. Like, if what they were discussing was like actual sex.
Well, I mean, luckily it's not a binary, CJ, and you don't have to choose.
Acts involving children, there'd be an issue here. The problem is what they're describing aren't acts; they're thoughts.
But I know what you mean. It feels like those are the two sides. Yeah.
focus on is these two. All right.
So this is important. It's not important. Why does it have to be important? This is YouTube. Come on, I gave you like hours of political theories during the last couple of days. Give me a break.
I mean, there's going to be
As long as it's not pineapple
other
pizza,
kinds of
that's
harm,
the
but I
one
think
king.
that
That's
both
where I
of
draw
them
the
are
line.
consent violated.
That's
You
where
have
I
to
draw
treat
the
harm in
line.
that way.
Do you know what I really like, chat? And I never get to have this, okay? But I love taco pizza. Taco pizza is like a fucking joy of the world or something. I don't know. Taco pizza is so good. And like, I don't even care. Like, there's different ways you could do it. You could do it with just like a, put a tostadas together as a pizza. That's pretty good. You could also do it just actually put a pizza crust down and then put refried beans and then sprinkle chips and lettuce and tomatoes and, guacamole and just like make it really, you could do it that way. There's so many different ways to make a taco pizza. But you could, okay, here's what I want to do. How about a pizza taco? Okay, you take a taco shell and you put like tomato sauce and cheese. And you somehow get it to like seal off. I don't know, that's gonna be the trick, because if you make the pizza taco just like that, you're gonna bite into it and the hot tomato sauce is gonna squirt out the other end. We don't want that. Can we agree that we don't want that? None of us want hot tomato sauce squirting out the other end of our taco, possibly staining our clothes, ruining our day, really. Like, right? So we gotta figure out a workaround for that. But other than that, I think that the idea, the concept is pretty sound, right? Oh, use a soft shell taco. Like, put a soft shell over the hard shell.
But I think that like there's other kinds of harm in addition to the consent with the physical date rape. Right? There's other degrees of.
Oh my god, is Spicy Chat? Does Spicy Chat follow me to YouTube? I thought Spicy Chat was only on Twitch. Spicy Chat?
Okay, I'm not harmed if somebody gets off to a banana in my proximity and I'm not aware of it. Like, this is preposterous. Now, if somebody announces it to me, that might be a different thing.
Literal. They are vanilla and cis-heteronormative in a way that is problematic
Meow.
as well. I mean, the clearest example is like the strict definitions of rape. But then there's also situations in which we have to distinguish intentional sexuality from body parts, right? So like, if someone like rips a woman's clothes off in public, we should not, like, that woman should not be in trouble for like being sexual, right? Because she didn't do anything, even those body parts are good. Or like, if a woman is breastfeeding in public as well.
I can't rewind to the. I can't rewind to the can't part. This is
like,
Twitch.
Breasts especially, those are considered sexual.
Oh, Sunday doesn't know.
That's fine because it's not
hey.
sexual, and it's not child abuse, which some conservatives say. Because
President Sunday, like, if you really want to know how to be able to rewind a Twitch VOD while it's on, I can tell you. Why am I making it like this is this big secret? But you gotta sign up for my Patreon, President Sunday. Just like, it has all kinds of really interesting, really useful information like that, right? It's a big information sharing.
it's not sexual.
Taquierdas? Taquierdas?
That's the difference.
Wait.
And that's a very important line to draw. So we have language to excuse those situations because of that missing factor.
Wait, is that the one that it's like this size and it's like a corn tortilla wrapped around like beans and stuff, and then like that thing, it looks like it's like a cigar kind of. What are those called again? I haven't had those in forever.
That's what makes it okay.
Is that taquitos? Or is that something else?
1,000 viewer drama
Meow
stream.
meow meow.
What's up, chat? Yeah, but yeah, like we would say that like someone who's breastfeeding is not just like we would say that's not a sexual act, right?
I would not be excited about having 1,000 viewers if I was putting on this display.
This is why I love this guy.
Nah, not really. Screw this. This person is so freaking boring.
Oh
you know what's not boring?
Oh my god! Oh my god, Sunday. You know, it's like...
Modern Day Debate had a debate on is Islam harmful? And it's gonna be a disaster. So let's take a look.
Oh yeah, let's watch some... Anyway, I try to avoid Modern Day Debate bullshit. Wait. So Sunday actually goes into this. Okay. Okay, so maybe this is the VOD. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like this is the VOD. Oh, okay. Wait. Wait, does Sunday watch Chariot's video? Chat, should we watch Chariot's video? What do you think? So we got one more video from Chariot TV. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? Chariot TV. It looks like Sunday actually ends up watching Chariot's video. Somewhere here.
Also, if you say that gender is completely socially constructed, you don't have any argument to say that conversion therapy should not be allowed, right? To say that we should not prevent or illegalize.
Just by the way, Doe's pronouns are it's primarily. Okay, here's a thought. Pronouns should reflect, frankly, if you're going to impose them on other people, pronouns should reflect something something socially established. So, for example, Riley Grace Rochong is a trans woman, and it's appropriate to refer to her as she.
It's a double-decker taco crunchy shell. Oh, from Taco Bell. Wait, I think I've had this before. Yeah, I think I've had this.
Her, if she requests, or they.
Yeah, there's something about the combination of the like soft, like, oh my god, I'm justifying carbs is what I'm doing. I'm justifying, just like, I was like, you know, yeah, I like the carbs in this already, but you know what would make these carbs delicious is a little bit more carbs. If we could just wrap a carbs outside of the carbs, so they can have carbs on my carbs, and then a little layer of beans in between there. But seriously, it's so good. I don't know what it is about the beans, like, soften the hard shell up a little bit, and there's something about the smush of the beans against the, oh my god, chat, I'm like, the smush of the beans. Yes, that's what nocommentchick is all about, the smush of the beans.
If she requests.
I love refried beans, by the way. I fucking now I'm seriously hungry for one of those double-decker tacos.
Has a positive content that I'm not comfortable applying to a person. I will do so to Doe if it requires, but I'm doing something else mentally when I say. So, like, in conversation with Doe, I would use.
Oh my god. Okay. Well.
Pronouns, but non-standard. I'm not
sure these are great takes.
Use them because of that social significance. Is it okay to be human? No. No, being human is a terrible. Let me know how the audio is, guys. Let me just make sure in advance.
Thank you, game. Hell yeah.
2 minutes in.
I was actually pausing for effect to keep that in. Sorry. No, it's okay. Pausing for effect.
Oh, I don't know.
Opinion. We are certainly more tolerant.
Maybe Doe was talking to Chariot earlier. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, we could take a look at Chariot's video really quickly. Nope. That is not right. Oh my god, that is not right. Oh, okay, so wait, is this the... This was the Chariot video that got made 12 days ago, it looks like. So this was before this all happened. Wait, does Chariot have like a response video? I thought there was like a response. Okay, so Chariot reviews the RGR debate, reviews Lavash versus RGR. But I guess this is the thing that it looks like this kind of informed the debate, and maybe oh my god, it's very electro-swing. Okay. Yes.
Hello everyone. This is a response video to YouTuber and streamer Riley Grace Rochong, and before we get started, I'd like to give a few disclaimers here. The first is that this is going to be a bit in the style of older response videos that I did to people like Lauren Southern or Stefan Molyneux, although keep in mind please that Riley's politics are different from those people. Without any further preamble, I'd like to jump right in with our first clip, which is from Riley's stream with Demon Mama.
Being human is terrible.
Now, Demon Mama herself has a video on this stream and some of the treatment she got for it, which was really horrible, so I highly advise you to go and check that out. A link will be in the description, as well as links to the 2 videos we'll be including from Riley here, just so you can go and watch them for yourselves to see what you think. Riley makes 2 important mistakes in her conversation with Demon Mama, which is something like the first half or 2/3 of the video. The first of these mistakes is really an error of omission. When discussing what it means to be a woman, this happens.
Hold on, I just need to make sure, like, define for me what a woman is. I know that TERFs do this all the time. I just need to hear, like, just to understand, like, what is a woman?
Yeah, I think a woman is a person who identifies as a woman. Like, I literally think it's that simple.
No, you can't do that. That gets you a infinite regress. Like, it's a logical fallacy. You cannot just say that.
Well, yeah, but I think that identify like womanhood is a incoherent concept.
No. I'm not hearing about incoherent. Like, you cannot just say that the definition of something is identifying as something.
The infinite regress.
I don't know. I think you can.
The infinite regress.
Yeah, I think you actually can. Like, it's frustrating, but this is it's a limitation of language. This is it is a
no, it's literally a logical fallacy.
I mean, you can say it's a logical fallacy all you want, but like it's. And I agree with you that the wording doesn't make sense, but I mean, we can get into fucking Wittgenstein if you want to. It always comes back to Wittgenstein, doesn't it?
No, I mean, like, fine. Like,
but,
you can bring it,
Yeah, we can talk about linguistics. Like, the fact of the matter is that, like, what makes you a human? Like, we don't have any coherent definition for what really makes a human.
Sure, but you can, whatever you define human as, like, you can't just make human being a human. Like, you can't just say that X equals X.
Okay, look.
I mean, I think that
here's what I'm saying
is a person who identifies as
a
woman.
Look.
Right, you can't do that.
Wait, yes, you literally can.
All right, no.
That is quite. Wait, yes, you actually can, because you're saying that that the state of womanhood is simply choosing.
This is what I'm talking about, chat. This is what I'm talking about.
Womanhood, saying I am a woman. There you are. There you have it.
All right, then
that is perfectly fine. That's like saying it's an identifier. It's if you
definition
to take this title onto yourself, then you have that title.
All right.
You'll
Do you
notice
see?
that Riley doesn't address this counterargument
Do you
from
see
Demon
how the
Mama, and I
definition
have a few
contains the
theories as to
term?
why that is. It's possible that Riley isn't familiar with Wittgenstein, or she may not have said some of the things that she says here. A lot of what Riley is really having trouble with here, in this portion of the stream, is how language functions in general. Linguists, and I have experience with this from briefly studying linguistics, commonly joke about how recursive definitions are, and how frequently useless the dictionary can be. Dictionaries, for their part, tend to be written descriptively. The Oxford English Dictionary, often considered the most credible of them all, catalogs different uses of different words. People, on the other hand, tend to use dictionaries prescriptively, and I'm not going to come down on either side of that debate here. Language will necessarily contain both descriptive and prescriptive elements. These are part of how we learn. However, Riley gets tripped up on how definitions operate, something she clearly has some understanding of in other contexts. She claims she's not doing what TERFs do when she asks Demon Mama to define what it means to be a woman, but part of the problem with this, when TERFs do it, isn't just that they're trying to assert a definition that's exclusive of trans women. It's that they're intentionally being restrictive with their definition, as if the words can't have multiple meanings which coexist. This is something all dictionaries seem to agree on. Words will frequently be cited as having multiple definitions because they have multiple uses. If a woman is someone who identifies as a woman, that's not exclusive of saying that a woman could be someone who just has something internal to them that would,
Okay,
in the
enough.
context of how our society processes gender, makes them a woman. Anecdotally, my experience is somewhere in the middle. I personally feel that there was always something about myself that made me a trans woman, as in there was always some underlying component to the way I related to gender. However, I also took a proactive role in identifying as a woman in particular. For a period of time before I started this channel, and over the course of about 5 years, I mostly identified as non-binary, and to an extent that still describes my experience. But I also feel free to choose how I identify myself to other people. I have
Fun
this
visual,
private
yeah, I know,
working
right?
theory of gender where lots of women seem
What
to
did
have
you walk
very
in? Wait,
different
did you walk in right during the infinite regress? So the joke about the infinite regress is that in the Demon Mama Riley Grace Rochong debate on, you know, called What is a Woman, basically talking about gender self-identification, Demon Mama says, what is a woman? Someone who says they're a woman. That's, you know, that your subjective experience informs your identity and you speak that identity and that's who you are, right? Simple for Demon Mama, right? Riley doesn't like this because she says that your definition contains the term itself. This is what we call an infinite regress. Now, I think it's infinite... Oh my god, what is the actual name for this? It's not infinite regress. It's something like that what Riley's describing. But then, you know, like, I presented the actual, like, image inside of an image thing of, you know, recursion, I guess. Although it's not strict recursion. Oh my god, I've been corrected before on my use of the term recursion. Technically, it's just like the same thing within the same thing within the same thing. And mine was different because mine were all 5 seconds apart, and that was what made it look cool. But anyway, it's close. But the joke was like that, like, you know, after Demon Mama and I talked post RGR debate, like Demon Mama left the call, right, and all of a sudden it just showed my own video. And so it was like my video inside my video inside my video, on, and I go like, Riley was right, and I fall over, and that was the end of the video. So yeah,
concepts of their womanhood, and we see in non-binary people that they can often conceive of themselves as having very different genders from other non-binary people. In practice, I am simply a woman, but I also think of myself as being possibly a different kind of woman from other women, and maybe one day that will be a different gender altogether. The existence of non-binary people doesn't necessarily just imply that there are genders other than man and woman. It might also give us some insight into what it means for so many of us to be men or women. Any attempt to lump women in together while simultaneously parsing different non-binary genders as different things just feels a bit reductive to me. I might be just as different from another woman as a genderqueer person is from a gender fluid person. There's really no reason why we couldn't develop an understanding that these are different things. Now, if you're interested in Wittgenstein, I'd highly recommend you do some cursory investigation into him online, because he lived a really full and interesting life. One of his ideas about language was that its application to metaphysics was very problematic. Relating this way of thinking back to this discussion, you can see how Riley is trying to formulate a concept of how womanhood definitely functions by invoking how we define womanhood and how that could be problematic. Other content creators have, prior to my writing this, used this exact same example multiple of my professors used, that being the definition of a chair. There is no solid concept of what makes a chair, so informally, a chair is something we treat like a chair. It's often for sitting, sometimes it has legs, sometimes it doesn't. It often has a back.
Yeah, so the chair discourse is basically that, like, if you try to define what a chair is, you'll run into trouble, because every single thing that you want to put down as a requirement of being a chair, you can find an example of a chair that doesn't fit that requirement, and you can probably also find examples of things that fit that requirement that are not chairs, right? So you can sit on it. Okay, well, if you can sit on a stone, I guess that's a chair too. No, I don't consider that a chair. Okay, wrong. So then you know what I mean? It's like that. This is the...
But sometimes not. It can be made of many different materials. We distinguish between chairs and stools or chairs and benches, but the lines between these are blurred. Trying to invoke language to give you a concept of how the world works becomes very problematic very quickly because there is no perfect language, yet we are trying to get a definitive understanding of reality. I'm heavily selecting and simplifying Wittgenstein here, but you can see why it would have been prudent of Demon Mama to bring him up, and what a misstep it was for Riley to leave this on the table. It's a pretty strong counter to what she's trying to do. On the other hand, it also seems like Riley had some of her arguments for this section prepared in advance, and that she just kind of jumped to using them without really checking if they fit what Demon Mama was actually saying, and we can see this more in this section of the stream, especially here.
Alright, do people not understand this concept? X equals Y plus...
Okay, so this is the what she's calling the infinite
do
regress.
you see a problem with X equals Y plus X?
X equals Y plus X. I don't see how this is coherent. Like, how does that tie back to anything at all?
The reason, all right, no, because this is what you're doing. If you say that being a woman, X, equals identifying Y as a woman, X, this is what you're proposing logically.
Riley's mistake here is a lot simpler than the one we previously looked at, and thankfully comes at the same point in the video, beginning primarily at around the 25-minute mark. Riley invokes infinite regression as a counter to Demon Mama, saying that a woman is someone who identifies as a woman. The formula Riley uses is X equals X plus Y, which as I understand it, is a fine example of infinite regression, as you would continually instantiate X plus Y for every instance of X, all the way into infinity. It would get you nowhere closer to resolving the problem. However, as we've already alluded to previously, Riley makes a pretty big mistake here, and it mostly has to do with the fact that this formula doesn't map on to Demon Mama's argument. Riley's problem mostly seems to be a failure of analyzing the structure of this language, which can be very important when trying to construct a formal representation of a logical problem. This representation only makes sense if you think Demon Mama was saying that gender equals gender plus identity, and I'm sorry to say so, but it only takes a passing attentiveness to language to see that this isn't accurate. This would be more accurate, for example, if Demon Mama had said that being a woman is when you're a woman and you have a gender identity, but that is not what Demon Mama said, and the English language is rarely that simple. If I were representing Demon Mama's language with formal logic, I'd try one of two representations depending on how charitable I was being. We're not going to get too into this, but later Riley argues with someone from her Discord and presents a problem of whether someone could be wrong about their gender. This would be a problem if Demon Mama was saying that you had to identify as a woman to be a woman, which would be something like this equation on screen. This equation on screen.
Adorable.
Which would be something like this equation on screen.
Adorable much?
Which we read
I think
as
so.
P if and only if Q. Where
I think
P
so.
is you identify as a woman and Q is you are a woman. Grammatically, Q IFFP would also make more sense to say out loud.
And A stands for adorable.
But because the statement is reflexive, this doesn't really change the meaning for our purposes. We're essentially evaluating a state of being and how it relates to identification. This immediately gets us into trouble because we also have to have a concept when interpreting what this would mean of what identifying actually means. Is it a state of passively being or a more active act? Would you simply need to have a passing sense of your own feelings or a more specific knowledge of a specific label? You can get different understandings of this problem from differing interpretations of even that word alone. However, I don't actually think this was what Demon Mama meant either. I think, given the same instantiations as the previous problem, she was saying something more akin to if P then Q. I think this is more accurate to what Demon Mama meant because she states at one point that there might be underlying elements of what it means to be a certain gender, or what makes one a certain gender.
Formal logic to the
But our
reason.
understanding of gender operates on some observable indicators rather than walking around trying to scan people's brains, something we'll get into later. This leads me to believe that Demon Mama is simply saying that, while you may not need to identify as a woman in order to be a woman, identifying as a woman would, for the purposes of how we understand gender socially, functionally make you a woman. I could leave that there, but that wouldn't be entirely fair to Riley, so let's push back against this a bit. This all leaves us with the problem of how someone might be wrong about their actual gender, and they might identify as one gender at the time, but then later realize they're a different gender. For me, this experience was muddled by the fact that I socially was predisposed to think that trans women were gross, and that women couldn't have penises by societal bigotries and social concepts of gender. For this reason, I didn't outright identify as a woman, but only secretly wished that I could be one. It took a bit of coaxing to talk myself down from those beliefs, but this brings us back to the problem of identity. I identified with the idea of being a woman, and would even openly tell people this, but I didn't necessarily think that I was one in reality. You might say that this means I didn't identify as a woman, but in a sense, I feel I truly did. I felt that way in my heart, but felt prevented
it's
from
funny
thinking
because I
as much.
remember this part of the debate. This is the one thing where place I wanted to kind of like grant Riley some, credit in that, like, with Demon Mama's definition, a problem was that, like, let's say that, like, I identify as a woman now, but then I ask myself, okay, but before I identified as a woman, right, was I a woman? And in my mind, like, yes, I always was, right? But in by the strict logic of what Demon Mama said, then no, because I didn't identify as such at the time. I don't know if she gets into that, right? I don't know if she intended that. It could just be like the way that she formulated it seemed to imply that, but that's not really what she meant. So we never really got an unpacking of this, either from Riley or from Demon Mama. But it is an interesting point that that Chariot brings up here. I'm doing good, Geek Prime. Good to see you.
However, what if I somehow genuinely felt one way, but then genuinely felt another way? We don't generally find this to be inconceivable when talking about transgender people. So this would be a problem. Under Riley's interpretation, given this situation, you would have been a woman the whole time, a secret kept even from yourself. However, is this assertion a coherent rebuttal? Demon Mama might have another point with how she brought up Wittgenstein earlier. Maybe propositional logic doesn't actually get us any closer to understanding gender. Maybe gender is a social construct and is fraught with incoherency. Some people might be women purely because they identify that way, but other people might find they actively identified one way but always covertly felt another way. Maybe some people even chose to be trans. I was actually pausing for effect to keep that in.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Pausing for effect.
Okay, is that the end of the video? What?
I thought I'd pause
Oh no,
so
okay.
you could gasp and scroll down to
Okay.
type an angry comment there. We're going to see in an upcoming section of the video how it could be an issue to assume people couldn't choose to be trans based on Riley's arguments, and it's a bit of a long one, so I hope you'll forgive me for that. But I wanted to keep as
that's
much
another
of the context
aspect of this
as
debate
possible.
that really didn't get expounded on either, is like, okay, so the older way of so part of the argument that won on the battlefield of ideas in terms of gay marriage was the concept that gay people didn't choose to be gay, they just were, right? That was a winning talking point for that particular battle. And so there is like a older school, like Demon Mama's you know, concept of identity, you know, seeks to be as inclusive as possible. So whether you think of it as you chose to be, you know, a woman, or whether you think of it as you always were a woman and there was no choice involved, I think that that's what Demon Mama's going for. To the sensibilities of a lot of the LGBT movement, especially like older LGBT people, that sounds like anathema, because it sounds like you're echoing something that they would think of as a Christian talking point, the idea that one could choose, right? That it was, you know, born this way, right? It was an important like talking point. So yeah, I think that that's where a lot of this breaks down too, right? In terms of them not understanding each other.
Let's talk about why people are transgender. According to the Endocrine Society and researchers, there is considerable scientific evidence that has emerged demonstrating a durable biological element underlying gender identity. Evidence for this comes from several studies showing, among other things, one, attempts...
So this is Riley's objective gender identity, right?
To change gender identity in intersex patients to match external genitalia or chromosomes are typically unsuccessful. 2, identical twins are more likely to both experience transgender identity as compared to non-identical twins.
So for Riley's point of the argument, Demon Mama's saying the only thing that I need is to say, you know, my identity is what I say my identity is, and that's all there is to it. The subjective experience gets expressed by the individual, and hopefully, you know, the individual's peers accept that and treat that person with respect, you know. And with Riley, she feels like she wants two different definitions, a subjective one, like, you know, the one we described, and then an objective one. And the objective one is, I think what Riley's getting at now, where I'm guessing Riley's going to talk about brain scans and say there's a biological difference between, you know, a trans person and a cis person in terms of brain scans, right? I'm guessing that's where Riley's going with this. So Riley wants to have this objective version of identity to be able to make an argument to more conservative people who don't accept the subjective one, who say that, oh, that's too touchy feel, oh, it's just however you feel, you know, right? Riley thinks that, like, this is like the combination of these two arguments unbeatable. So, you know, this is so Riley's on a mission, right? Riley, like, you know, constructs this concept in stream with her chat. The chat seems to be on board with it. Riley goes and makes this argument to Demon Mama, and like Chariot mentioned, it kind of feels pre-constructed. It kind of feels like, you know, like Riley sort of prepped an argument. So in other words, this quote-unquote impromptu argument wasn't so impromptu at all. And, you know, Riley thought that she'd be able to, just like she kind of walked her chat through the logic, you know, and they were like, yes, 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 okay, I accept this, right? That she could do the same with Demon Mama. And when it didn't happen, pissed Riley off. Pissed Riley the fuck off.
3, among individuals with XX chromosomes, rates of male gender identity are higher for those exposed to higher levels of androgens in utero relative to those without such exposure. In XY chromosome, individuals with complete androgen insensitivity syndrome typically have female gender identity. And 4, there are associations.
Yeah, without universal healthcare, that's a good question. Yeah, exactly. We're a little bit away from being able to verify the quote-unquote objective realities.
Gender identity rather than external genitalia or chromosomes. Now, that's not to say that you need to have a brain scan to prove that you're authentically trans, just to show that there's some kind
so she is making an effort to disambiguate her perspective from a transmedicalist one.
Kind of underlying matter of the fact that means being trans is not itself a choice. There's other evidence suggesting this as well, but we'll cover that in a future video. Follow RGRdocs on Twitter for more info. Link in my bio.
The core points are, to restate them, that there exists a biological link to gender identity, and therefore being trans is not itself a choice. I find the structure of this argument to be weak for a few reasons. The first is poor logic. Studies like this operate off pools of data which are interpreted into trends. A trend does not, by its very nature, prevent outliers. All this would prove is that some people are most certainly not choosing to be trans. That is how I feel about myself. This does not mean nobody could. We'll be looking at this in far more detail for further objections, but this was the first objection I had when viewing this video the first time. The points supporting this larger point in this video are as follows. Attempts made to change the gender of subjects were generally unsuccessful. Identical twins are more likely to experience gender dysphoria than non-identical twins. Gender dysphoria will be higher in people with XX chromosomes exposed to greater levels of androgens.
Yeah, that's what Demon Mama. That was Demon Mama's analysis of Riley's objective, subjective, dual definition, right?
In Utero, my favorite Nirvana album, by the way, check it out, as well as for XY individuals with less exposure. And there are some associations with brain scans and gender identity. This is how Riley phrases these claims, as you can see, so double and triple check moving forward to see if my criticisms apply to her wording. The research from Riley's document that she mentions as supporting her positions is split into multiple different sections. Upon viewing the document, you will note that it validates the concept of sex as a spectrum and makes specific note that there is no one system of two binary categories, like male and female, that could capture this degree of variance, as well as saying gender is clearly a social construct. It comes to a conclusion I have defended in the past, that being that it is incoherent to call a trans person a biological female or biological male. You can investigate those claims and the arguments that they give structure to in Riley's document in more detail via the link in the description. Riley's sources for the claims in this clip can be found primarily in two sections of the research document contained in lines 7 through 13, under the second and third whereas headings. These are divided into two summaries. The first is, whereas academic literature also
I've used the multimodal model of sex to wreck transphobes' sex is biological argument, but that is separate from gender identity.
Defines gender in terms of internal inclinations. According to the Endocrine Society and researchers, there is also, quote, considerable scientific evidence that has emerged demonstrating a durable biological element underlying gender identity, end quote, with 7 sources cited. The second is, whereas, according to the APA and others, quote, prevailing science confirms that variations in sexual orientation and gender identity represent normal expressions of human diversity and cannot be changed at will, end quote, and according to researchers and advocacy organizations, attempts to change gender identity with conversion therapy are 1, ineffective, and 2, harmful, end quote, with 5 sources cited. A number of these are studies and a number are statements made by organizations, so I'll be sure to mention which are which as we move through them. Perhaps counterintuitively, we're going to be looking through the latter, briefer set of sources first. As previously stated, these 5 sources are all statements from organizations used to evidence the claim that gender cannot be changed. We'll be reviewing the sources each in order that they appear for this point. First is the, quote,
this is a very informative video.
Change efforts, end quote,
yeah?
Which opens with a reference to, quote, a person's deep felt inherent sense of being a girl, woman, or female, a boy, man, or male, a blend of male or female, or another gender, end quote, from another cited APA document, which I find telling in how broad it is. APA 2021, page 1. Shortly thereafter, the APA note that, quote, the fields of psychiatry and psychology have a long history of pathologizing individuals and those who question their gender identity, end quote, and that, quote, this history is informed by and parallels the larger Western and United States-based medical model narratives, quote, end quote, that, to quote one of their examples, define gender as binary and conflate it with physical markers. APA 2021, page 1. Now I imagine Riley would here say that she doesn't conflate gender with physical markers, but only draws a correlation with psychological ones. The pathologization, however, is still taking place. What's more interesting for our purposes is that this material refers only to what it dubs GICE, which I will here be pronouncing like the name of the Red Ginyu Force member from Dragon Ball Z, or gender identity change efforts, in the context of outside attempts by organizations or persons to change the identity of a queer person. APA 2021, page 1.
Maybe I don't watch enough Dragon Ball to know this.
States JICE center around encouraging conformity to social expectations, and that, quote, self-determination in defining one's gender identity is a source of resilience for transgender and gender non-binary people, and associated with improvements in well-being and reductions in psychological distress, end quote. APA 2021, page 3.
Meow.
Nowhere in this paper is there any stated opposition to the concept of a person choosing a new identity, only that JICE, which involves outside interference that will not be affirming to an individual's choices, does not work and causes harm. The APA notably recommend that psychologists, quote, acknowledge the diversity and complexity of identities and experiences, and recognize that descriptions of any gender identity or expression as unnatural, abhorrent, or unhealthy perpetuate stigma for sexual and gender minorities, and have negative mental health and social consequences. APA 2021, page 4. An alternative interpretation to Riley's could easily take these as potential endorsements of the idea that one could choose a new gender. After all, that could fall into the category of a healthy expression, which Riley's own source recommends we not treat as unnatural. Riley's next source is from the policy section of the website for the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, which has the lovely turn of phrase, quote, these interventions are provided under the false premise that homosexuality and gender-diverse identities are pathological. They are not. The absence of pathology means there is no need for conversion or any other like intervention. AACAP 2018. The words intervention speak to the previously outlined dynamic, the allusion to a lack of...
I need to hire a Dragon Ball expert to, like, tell... Because, like, I don't know if you know this, but I'm kind of a fake weeb.
Pathology.
So I need a Dragon Ball consultant. That's what I need.
Is telling. And most impressively, the statement
so that I don't
specifically
accidentally
says
get
there is
anything
simply
wrong.
no need for conversion.
Maybe also an Ava expert. Should I get an Ava? What should I prioritize? Like, Ava expert or Dragon Ball consultant?
Elsewhere, the statement explains that
it's okay if you don't know about things. You just need to hire the proper consultants, right?
Changes in an individual's concept of their gender identity,
lest we be exposed as a fake weeaboo,
are very much a part of recognized
tragedy of
standards
tragedies.
Of care. AACAP.
Tragedy of tragedies. And a fake gamer girl?
The next source is an article from the resources of the Human Rights Campaign website
Ava,
titled, quote,
Ava expert is oxymoronic.
Lies and dangers of efforts to change sexual orientation or gender identity.
Meow.
The text opens with an account.
I don't know why I'm
of
so
the
meow
state
today.
of the
Usually I only meow on Twitch, right? I save my meows for Twitch.
The overall phrasing of this article is less formal than the previous two sources, but they do quote the much more carefully worded comments of the APA, saying, quote, their report noted that there was very little methodologically sound research on sexual orientation change efforts, SOCEs, and that the results of scientifically valid research indicate that it is unlikely that individuals will be able...
This is really in the weeds. Like, you're awesome for sitting through like this research, right? But I feel like Cherry's presenting it in a really it's okay to say meow. Oh, good. Okay. In a way that's like it's like just kind of chill.
Other sex attractions through SOCE, HRC. They also cite the American School Counselor Association.
Oh, sorry, Chariot, not Cherry. This isn't Cherry. This isn't Cherry from Twitch. This is Chariot TV from YouTube.
By which people come to their gender identity. Quote: these developmental processes are essentially cognitive, emotional, and social activities. End quote. Which is intriguing because this explicitly centers the development of one's gender identity as a social process and an emotional one. Only the descriptor of cognitive could at all begin to partially validate Riley's inferences. Logically, this presents us with another issue that I feel it would be worthwhile to put down, but I'll hold off on that until the next set of sources.
You're a high-level Koreaboo. I never said I'm Korean, but I love the culture, language, and history, and meows. Always cool from Neko Squid Girls. Meow. This vid is really good. Yeah, like, yeah, this is...
The next
I'm
source in
learning a
Riley's
lot.
document is an article for the Harvard Civil Rights Civil Liberties Law Review by Anna Marie Forestier, titled Reparative Therapy is Legal for Adults. Here's Why It Shouldn't Be. It doesn't venture outside the material we've already
Riley commented on this video.
However, I've
Really?
played a clever little trick on you, which you've caught if you've stopped this video to go and look at Riley's research document, or are reading along as the case may be. Riley's document actually has 6 citations for this point in her document, not 5 like I said. But the reason we're only looking at 5 is because the last one is one of her own fucking videos, which itself is just listing organizations cited elsewhere in these sources. The video mostly repeats what has been said before, so we're not going to go into it beyond noting
Riley's
that
basically,
if being
like...
trans were a biological condition,
Riley's basically saying, I've been through these arguments, they're garbage, you suck, right? And, like, come and debate me if you have any guts. I don't know if Chariot ever took Riley up on that. Maybe because Riley has, like, open debates on Saturdays or something.
as saying it is sourced to biological components and not a choice would imply. Recall the earlier implication of adding that it could not
Really
be
doubled down.
a choice to say that there are some predetermining factors, then it would be diagnosable, at least in theory. Given more research, this position would imply that being, say, a trans woman could be diagnosed, which would make it a medical condition. This, however, is not a consensus, meaning operating off the statements from these organizations shows us that these points don't allow for such a conclusion. Many of these sources, in fact, say the opposite. The actual final source I mentioned is the Declaration on the Impropriety and Dangers
Debate me, it's always a good faith move.
of Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Change Effort.
I don't think... You know, I've never seen a Chariot debate, but that doesn't mean... Like, I imagine she could if she wanted to. Yeah, I don't know.
Representative of the views of a host of organizations that collaborated for it. Finally,
Or,
we get just
actually,
one
does anybody know Chariot's pronouns?
affirmation of Riley's point.
Before I make
In the
assumptions,
phrase, quote,
ooh,
we
ooh,
reiterate the prevailing
ooh, ooh.
science confirming that variations in sexual orientation and gender identity represent normal expressions of human diversity and cannot be changed at will. Out of all of the sources for this point that aren't Riley herself, this is the only one that says what she is saying about the possibility of gender being changed. The quote-unquote prevailing science being referenced here, however, seems to be the aforementioned consensus on conversion.
I am vibing hard. Anybody else?
Therapy.
Anybody else
Unless
vibing hard in chat?
some other material emerges. I would encourage Riley to actually specifically cite scientific material that states an individual cannot
I'm
proactively
absolutely
choose
swimming
to identify with a gender, as all that's being evidenced here
Amongst
is a
jellyfish.
consensus that attempting to force a queer person to conform to the norms of our society is not effective, which is not at all the same thing. I've heard in passing some, including Riley, make mention of how this can all be affected by what you consider to be a choice. This is not a philosophical engagement that I consider within the purview of my essay.
Most of the essayists
But it's
aren't
worth
into
distinguishing between choosing to be transgender
aren't into the debate scene for a good reason. Oh yeah, that's true, that's true, that's absolutely true. That's the thing I'm running into right now. Chat, I'm working on some prepared content and I know how to do it. You're gonna get a video out of me and wow, yeah. It turns out like I guess I picked up a lot from Contra, so get ready for that. Yeah, that's coming your way. Okay, and I hope you like it. But yeah, it takes a long time. That's why it's taken so long. But there's a lot of stuff to talk about, chat. I've been having a weird one this year, and it just got incredibly weird over like the month of like, you know, November basically. But shit is actually kind of strangely normal now. So yeah, all's well that ends well, I guess. But there's a big story to tell behind all of that, and if you've been paying attention, you might have heard a few rumors. So yeah, we'll be talking about that. Yeah, we'll be talking about how rumors travel, much like in Persona 2.
And choosing a gender identity. One can very easily imagine a person who thinks to themselves, yeah, I'm not a woman, but I'm not a man either.
From Contra? No, I'm just saying that, okay.
Sure, we'd say they're non-binary, but being non-binary is a large category. It's a catch-all.
What I'm saying...
For anything at all outside the...
What I'm saying is that after having, like, done, like, basically a test of concept, video prototype, I guess you'd call it, right? I could see where, like, I unconsciously picked up some, like, qualities of early ContraPoints. Or not that early, but, like, mid-career ContraPoints, let's just say. Yeah, a Contra-esque vibe. Yeah, and I'm not trying to, because I don't think I'm cool for it. Like, I don't know, I think I should try to maybe invent my own style, but I don't know, just somehow, that's how I storytell. At this point, that's how I storytell. And since it's a successful model, I think it's an okay base to start from, and just try to refine it from there. I'm obviously not trying to bite anyone's style, least of all Natalie's, so yeah.
Man-woman binary. However, what if this person wants more than to just be referred to as non-binary? After all, we have no reason to just assume that their gender is similar enough to any other non-binary person for calling it the same thing to make sense. Sure, they're outside the perceived binary, but there aren't just 3 genders either. Maybe out there is a word for this person to choose, something completely new. For this person, it is readily apparent
this is
that
actually
while
a really
they
good
didn't
video.
choose to be trans, they did choose an identity that was affirming to their sense of self. In this hypothetical, gender identity
I'm not like
will
ContraPoints.
meaningfully be changed at will.
I'm
and that's
me,
okay.
and that's totally based.
This all hopefully becomes much more compelling when I tell you that I have spoken with people who have described their experience with choosing their gender identity in just this way. These are real people with legitimate experiences not to be rejected because they don't follow from
well, it's
one
not obviously not like
turn of
current
phrase,
Contra, right?
not evidenced
It's
by
like
the
I don't
data.
have.
It may be that the most measured source statements from these sources do not reflect Riley's conclusion precisely due to little wrinkles like this. The first point we mentioned has even more sources, and we'll be examining these in chronological order with reference to the date of their publication. A number of these were difficult for me to find, which set back my efforts to finish this script quite a bit. The one that was hardest to obtain was the oldest, from 2005. This was a review published in the periodical Archives of Sexual Behavior titled Gender Dysphoria and Gender Change in Chromosomal Females with Congenital Adrenal Hyperplasia. This condition affects hormone production in the adrenal glands, and as such, the question up for debate in this study is whether assignment to female is ideal. The general gender dysphoria of these subjects is used to indicate whether their newly assigned gender works within acceptable parameters to create the least dysphoria possible. The study concludes that it does, based on an analysis of 250
I know, right?
raised female and
You'd think it would get old?
33
I think that
male.
what's happening, Chad,
That's not exactly an ideal
this is
statistical
like
population
hypnotizing
to base
us.
that comparison on. But the real question here,
we're getting hypnotized?
where Riley's document is concerned at least,
I feel a little
is
bit
what
hypnotized.
the correlation is between gender dysphoria, identifying as transsexual, that's the term the review uses, don't yell at me.
Maybe Chariot
and
is
this
magic, I don't know.
genetic factor of the
Do you think Chariot is,
46XX
Chariot is
females.
magic?
13
Magical?
of these 250 people raised
In
female
nature?
were identified as having gender dysphoria, while 4 of the 33 patients raised male experienced such issues with their gender. Dessens et al., 2005, page 393. Notably, however, out of all these patients, only
How are
5
you?
of the 46XX people raised female were transsexual. If we take this as a proportion of the total population of the study, that's 5 individuals out of 283. Riley's document deals with gender identity and being transgender. It should go without saying that
is it bad to get hypnotized
having gender dysphoria
by other
is not
YouTubers?
the same thing.
I don't know.
Gender dysphoria
I don't
is an
know,
often,
chat.
but not necessarily related condition, which is in the DSM-5 while being transgender is not. And as previously discussed, many organizations oppose pathologizing the latter. 5 out of 283 is a larger percentage than one might expect. But the kicker here is that this is in part a study of intersex people. These 46 XX patients had androgenized hormone production. One sample in particular had exclusively intersex patients who were raised male.
Lo-fi chill voice
2005,
hypnosis,
page
yeah.
393. The study notes that this percentage is higher than would have been statistically average at the time, but this is hardly shocking. The idea that you'd have a bunch of people whose bodies are, or may be subject to androgenizing effects, developing a slightly higher than usual incidence of gender dysphoria or transsexualism hardly beggars belief. To make matters worse, while most children who had issues, such as masculinized genitalia, had their reassignment performed within the first months of life, in some rare cases, the adrenal gland abnormality was only detected later in childhood, so 3 patients between the ages of 7 and 9 years of age underwent gender reassignment surgery. Dessens et al., 2005, page 390. Of these 3, 1 reported being content with the change, but the others had severe issues arising primarily from rejection by their social circles. The paper does state near the end that genetics could play a role in gender identity, but this is meant as speculation, and is immediately followed by saying, quote, another explanation could be that, in these patients, social factors influence the development of gender identity more strongly than the development of gender-related behavior. Dessens et al., 2005, page 395. These are meant as 2 views from separate groups of researchers,
Oh my God,
guessing at what knowledge could be gained in the future. The study shortly thereafter says, quote, our knowledge is limited and we are unable yet to predict which—
Wait, is this true? YouTube puts live videos at 144p? Oh my god.
Patients will
really? Is that what it defaults to?
And which will not. Dessens et al. 2005,
What a waste. Yeah, I'm streaming in 1080, so...
Riley cites this as evidence of a durable biological element underlying gender identity.
Oh wait, am I still at 60? Oh god, I need to probably lower my frame rate or something.
I don't know why she included this in the list of sources.
It's the
I was
YouTube
much more
settings.
interested in Riley's sources on twin studies, as this is actually something I've seen her bring up. One source is, quote, Gender Identity Disorder in Twins, a review of the case report literature, published in the Journal of Sexual Medicine in 2011. What makes this one really fascinating isn't so much that it uses twin studies to evaluate genetic markers, but rather that what it's evaluating is something called gender identity disorder. If you grab a PDF or physical copy of the DSM-5, you can search for mentions of gender dysphoria and gender identity disorder. What
I'm just
you'll
like
find
wondering, like,
is that the entry for gender
why
dysphoria
we're being hypnotized? Like, what is the like?
formerly classified as gender identity disorder. This was done because GID, as a diagnosis, inherently pathologized transness. I've already described the difference between dysphoria and being trans. You know this already. But it's worth noting this diagnosis makes being transgender itself a disorder, and is outdated. The science no longer supports that diagnosis. People often peddle that belief online, but this is something that can be debunked in minutes if you know where to check. There are 3 types of twins in this study: same-sex monozygotic, same-sex dizygotic, and opposite sex. The same-sex monozygotic twins were found to have the highest incidence of GID concordance. What does that all mean?
Yeah.
Well, monozygotic means coming from 1 egg, and dizygotic means coming from 2 eggs. These are what we generally—
Well, as long as they're not NCC haters, I guess we should just join the cult, right?
Refer to as identical and
I don't know,
fraternal
chat.
twins. If twins are from the same egg split in 2, they will always be the same assigned sex, and as you're aware, their appearances tend to be extremely similar. This extreme genetic similarity can, when correlated with different emergent traits or behaviors, imply some kind of genetic relation. However, this paper also states that the study suggested that although the risk was low, siblings of persons with GID may have a higher risk of being transsexual than the general
higher
population.
risk of? Oh my
The
god.
risk was higher for brothers than sisters of transsexual persons.
Why is
DeBarrett
it a
al.
risk?
2011, 752.
I know, right?
Hearing being transgender talked about like it's a disease, something you're at risk
they're
for,
voice
really
activating
gives you
the
pause
delta
when making
state.
any appeal to what authorities
Is that what
and
I'm in?
science
Am I in the
believe.
delta state?
This was mainstream science until quite recently.
Wait,
this paper was
am I in a delta kind of mood or something?
published in 2011. Barack Obama was president then. Anyway, what do we get from this little quote here? Well, the paper is telling us two things about a specific study that was conducted on applicants for gender reassignment, and this would imply brothers are more, quote, at risk, end quote, than sisters. It also can be taken as saying most GID does not coincide with transsexualism. If this holds across the board, then once again we'll be dealing primarily with non-transgender patients. A lot of this process involved comprehensive reviews of case studies, but again, for brevity's sake, we're going to have to take a bit of a broader view and talk not about each individual pair of siblings mentioned, but about what the conclusions of the study are. However, as one example of how insane some of this writing is, an early presented case study says, quote, the GID twin had an IQ of 113 and the co-twin an IQ of 118.
Co-twin?
Despite a comparable IQ,
What?
the GID
Who
twin
decides,
was
like,
perceived
who gets
by
to be the
mother
co-twin
as
and
having
who's the twin?
substantially more general behavior problems than the
Co-twin?
However, this was much less true of the father. The mother reported feeling closer to the co-twin than the GID twin, whereas the reverse was true for the father. Zucker et al. Suggested that the prenatal hormone predisposition for masculinized behavior in the affected twin was exacerbated by non-shared environmental influences in the rearing environment, compounded by complex family dynamic matters. DeBarrett et al. 2011, page 750. I won't here be going into the pseudoscience of IQ. There's a fantastic Sean video covering that, which I can link to you in addition to everything else here.
I might sneeze.
Just try to think about what it says about
Trigger
this
warning,
evaluation.
possible sneeze.
That it was considered important and
Oh my god, I
scientific
almost
to
sneezed.
contrast
I almost
IQ
sneezed.
with behavior, to mention which child
I
gets
wanna
along
think what
with
that
which
might
parent
mean.
better, and then to draw a conclusion
Probably
about
just
the
a
family
sneeze.
dynamic
Just a sneeze.
helping to trans
normal
this young
sneeze.
person. It's a lot to process, and not the kind of analysis I'd put any stock in. The study does at least conclude by remarking that the, quote, equal environments assumption, end quote, which they describe as, quote, the assumption that monozygotic twins are not treated more similarly than
Sneeze
dizygotic
avoided.
twins
Yeah, that's a
in
good
ways
thing
that
too,
might affect
right? I
their
don't want to
gender identity,
sneeze.
end
I don't want
quote,
to
could be
sneeze,
called into
chat.
question, which seems like a big deal given how family dynamics literally come up in the case studies. DeBarrett et al. 2011, page
I know what twins are about. I saw The Shining.
Once again, curiously, the study doesn't primarily pertain to transgender people per se, but the conclusion of the study does contain reference to gender identity. It is true that some monozygotic twins exhibited transsexualism, but I can't help but feel the framing of this study using an outdated diagnosis no longer recognized by the scientific community that pathologized transness has a corrupting effect on the conclusion. If collected and interpreted differently, a pool of data like this would have been very beneficial to the conversation, but sadly it's relegated to only being tangentially related, and most notably, because we always have to keep Riley's original claims in mind, the presence of some concordant transsexualism does not mean every transgender monozygotic twin also has a transgender twin. This seems obvious, but is important to bring up, because it actually affirms our earlier position, that even a possible genetic predisposition would not preclude choice, because it isn't going to be a universal, much less finalizing determinant. It isn't even a very good argument against conversion therapy, which is a bit sad as that seems to be the larger ethical grounding for Riley's appeal on this subject. The next source was a 2015 review titled Evidence Supporting the Biological Nature of Gender Identity. This involves a repetition of the congenital adrenal hyperplasia material we looked at earlier, but the review also looks at neurological structure. The paper states in this section that, quote, The perception of one's own gender linked to sexual differentiation in the brain, which in transgender individuals differs from the body phenotype. Regarding transgender identity, Schwab et al. Have proposed that this discrepancy could be due to the fact that sexual differentiation from the brain takes place only after sexual differentiation of gonads in early fetal life. Safer et al., 2014, page 5. In plainer English, there's differentiation from transgender and cisgender people in neural development, which could theoretically be linked to some development of glands that would have feminizing or masculinizing effects on the body, though this is speculative. However, the way this is set up is intriguing because it opens with a statement that this is a conflation of sex and gender by stating that this concept of differentiation in the genders is noted by assessing their sexual characteristics in the brain.
If you see this,
here are similar conflations in the introduction, which runs as such.
Gender
identity is a fundamental human attribute, which has a profound impact.
Do you do any, like, educational material? Because I feel like if I wanted to learn, like, some subject that I find very hard to learn and very hard to pay attention to, that you would be the person to record it and make me just hypnotized, and so I'm just like fucking completely just like, yes, I received the knowledge, yes. Right? I don't, like, you've gotta, like, please tell me you got an educational channel or something, like you gotta like teach you philosophy, you know, a series of videos or something. Like something really dry. The drier the better. The drier the better, okay?
That's personal well-being. Transgender individuals are those who lived and identified.
What I have to say is, like, where were you when I was taking like biochem? Like, honestly, I could have used a biochem video with like lo-fi chill hop and just like
gender identity differs from their natal sex. Various ideologies for transgender identity have been proposed. Misconceptions which assume that gender identity can be altered still exist. However, clinical experience with treatment of transgender persons over the years has clearly demonstrated that the best outcomes with these individuals are achieved with their requested hormone therapy and surgical sexual transition, as opposed to psychiatric intervention alone. In this manuscript, we will review the data.
No social aspect? I mean, I don't know. Remember, like, I mean, in the Demon Mama debate, at least, RGR proposed two different models, two different definitions of gender identity. One was, like, subjective, and the other was objective, and Riley was trying to say, while I totally respect the subjective, like, you know, you do you, right? I feel like we also need an objective, and that is so that I can make this argument to, you know, the implication was, like, more conservative audiences, and therefore prove to even the chuddiest MAGA out there that yes, trans women are women, right? And like, I don't see it. I don't see it.
Support a fixed biological basis for gender identity. Safer et al., 2014.
Oh, thank you.
This is a curious way to open the paper, as, depending on how you interpret this language, it may be making the same generalization that Riley is, whereby the knowledge that a person's gender in
That's really nice of you.
general cannot be changed coercively for them is transplanted into the assumption.
RGR is highlighting some of the fact of the matter, her words, but it's not the only necessary factor. So I don't know what all these critiques are aimed at. Yeah, I mean, this is a weirdly timed one too, because I think this was before. I don't know if there's something that predicated this video, or if it was just that, like, maybe Chariot just, like, you know, had been looking into the. I mean, it's an interesting debate, so you know, it's an important issue. It's a right. So I could see why somebody would want to look into it. But yeah, it's a bit after the fact, but then, you know, it became relevant again. So
that gender cannot be changed. Gender identity here is also assumed to be a fundamental human attribute, which can be interpreted as simply meaning it's integral to who a person is, or that it's founded somewhere in their psyche or DNA, and simply is something they discover. I don't want to put words in these researchers' mouths, so we're going to have to consider different possible interpretations of these statements in order to cover all of our bases. Some of the material in this paper is interesting, but not particularly relevant to Riley's claims. For example, quote, "One of the earliest and most influential studies in this area involved the bed nucleus of the stria terminalis, BSTC, which was reported to be a sexually dimorphic nucleus in humans with a larger volume in males than females. In 1995, Zhou et al. Found the size and the number of neurons in the BSTC of 6 MTF estrogen-treated transgender individuals was typical for the size and neuron numbers found generally in control females."
So this is what Riley, I guess, was, yeah.
The authors
the basis
further
for the
reported
objective,
that these
like,
findings could not be explained
definition.
by differences in adult sex hormone levels. Safer et al., 2014, page 6. I do think it's interesting that transgender women exposed to estrogen over a period of time develop some neural characteristics that are typical of cisgender women, which is definitely something I've experienced. There's other material in this paper that mirrors this analysis, which concerns trans women who have already been treated with estrogen, and thus is not relevant to theories of the origin of gender identity. The study thereafter frames this as a general appeal to gender identity, which is what was enlightening to me, because it shows that the way they were using that phrase included transgender people who had received not only HRT but also gender-confirming surgeries. In how the trans community uses these phrases, this would be more accurately called a reflection on the sex-based science of medically transitioning. There's also some critical material in this section covering the emergence of gender dysphoria and a post-mortem analysis of BSTC in brains, which says the following. Quote, "Most transgender individuals have feelings of gender dysphoria which begin in childhood. However, in a study of BSTC volume in post-mortem brains of 50 control subjects, Chung et al. Reported that sexual dimorphism in the BSTC did not develop until adulthood. Yet, the same group remarked that changes in fetal hormone levels could have delayed effects on BSTC volume and neuron in adulthood, thereby suggesting a role for BSTC as a marker for gender identity. Still, delayed development of sexual dimorphism in the BSTC would not explain the early development of gender dysphoria or gender identity discrepancy in childhood. Safer et al., 2014, page 7. This passage is fascinating to me because it essentially admits that if you consider transgender children, the sexual dimorphism in BSTC is basically completely irrelevant, as it couldn't have emerged in that time frame regardless of its cause. The cause itself is subject to speculation, but that's speculative because the emergence of any gender discrepancy could be sourced to anything else, and it could be a total coincidence. Fetal development is an interesting proposed through-line, but at most we're dealing in the more reserved portion of Riley's claim, which regards contributing factors. My anatomical predisposition to enjoy the taste of certain ice cream flavors might be a contributing factor in my choice of what ice cream to eat, but that doesn't mean it's going to determine my choice every time. I hate using analogies like this because I think they're the domain of pseudo-intellectuals, but you see my point. This isn't bad sex science on part of the researchers per se, but it is bad logic. There's another type of conclusion reached in the course of this review regarding pre-HRT trans people. In particular, there are some neurological findings like this one, which says, quote, "Studies by Luters et al. Provided further evidence that transgender identity is associated with distinct cerebral patterns. In 2009, the group analyzed MRI data of 24 MTF transgender individuals who had not yet begun hormone treatment. These subjects were shown to have a pattern that was more similar to control men. However, they also revealed a significantly larger, more feminized volume of regional gray matter in the right putamen in these subjects. In 2012, the same group observed thicker cortices in 24 MTF transgender individuals who had not yet received exogenous hormones, compared with the 24 age-matched control men in a number of regions across the lateral and medial cortical surfaces. The data supported a dichotomy between MTF transgender individuals and the gender-congruent males with regard to brain structure. Safer et al., 2014, page 8. So the theme we see again here is these very small sample sizes, and if anything, this makes me not want to donate my body to science. Not gonna put that in my will anymore, taking that one right out. I'd rather donate it to necrophiles. Basically, we're delineating between cis men and trans women, even though there's an admission here that the brains of trans women are more like men than women. This is interesting because it doesn't really speak to gender identity outside of determining whether or not someone is transgender, which I think is a good note for this review generally. It's not a complete loss though, because, quote, the same group investigated 12 living MTF transgender individuals who smelled 2 steroidal compounds, the progesterone derivative 416 andros... oh my god. The progesterone derivative 416 androstadion 3-1, AND, and the estrogen-like compound estra 13516 tetraene 3 OL EST. I am not getting that right.
Close enough. We did it.
These compounds have been reported to activate the hypothalamic networks in sex-differentiated ways. MTF transgender individuals who had not received hormone treatment were found to respond similarly to female controls with activation of the anterior hypothalamus in response to AND. Safer et al., 2014, page 8. Clearly there are some anatomical similarities of trans women to
like
cis
a jellyfish.
women. But if this is all we're concerned with, trans women aren't women and are basically a different gender entirely. But thankfully, you can't excavate gender from the brain. This material also gives us no conclusion about gender identity, as it actually operates in the queer community, because there's no way to interpret this as conclusively saying anything about genders other than male or female. Riley's reference to gender being biologically founded will here emerge for what it really is, which is a spurious, reductivist attempt to engage in the vulgar materialism of Gradgrindian interpretations of the science. Another 2014 study called Approach to the Patient, Transgender Youth,
Mic drop
Endocrine
moment.
Considerations,
Did you see that?
published
Oh
in
my
the
god, that was
Journal
vicious.
of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism, is relatively similar to some of the material we've examined, so our engagement with it will be brief, but it has a couple interesting quotes, including from the conclusion which says, quote, compelling studies have demonstrated that gender identity is not simply a psychosocial construct, but likely reflects a complex interplay of biological, environmental, and cultural factors. Rosenthal, 2014, page 4387. What's so interesting to me is that Rosenthal seems very convinced gender identity is not a psychosocial construct, but is perfectly willing to admit cultural factors are involved in determining gender identity. I can only see this as being a coherent comment if what is meant by psychosocial is the general negative pathologization of transgender people that is referred to elsewhere. This is understandable, but in a literal sense, we're admitting that gender identity is absolutely about how a person relates to their culture and social environment. I'm glad Rosenthal brings this up, as it's unfortunately absent from many of Riley's sources on this point. There's also some good work in establishing definitions for these things that Rosenthal does explicitly that I found very helpful when interpreting the other material here. Rosenthal, 2014, page 4380. Exploring the material here, one example of a durable biological connection is that, quote, taken together, these studies of gender identity outcome in hormonal and non-hormonal DSDs indicate that gender identity is not solely dependent on prenatal and postnatal androgen exposure.
I am
However,
vibing hard.
the occurrence
Yeah,
of gender
definitely.
identity change in comparison to the natal gender at a rate significantly higher than what would be expected in the general population supports some role of prenatal and possibly postnatal androgens in gender identity development. It should be noted that potential limitations of all these survey questionnaire-based studies to assess gender identity include a person's degree of self-awareness and one's willingness to disclose this information in the study context. Rosenthal, 2014, 2382. At this point, I don't think further repetition of our earlier objections to Riley's logic is necessary. Her source says it for us. In an article...
I feel like Chariot could just like start throwing in Bible verses and I'll just like sit here and keep listening to it. Could be like...
originally published in Behavior Genetics in 2018 titled, quote, The Biological Contributions to Gender Identity and Gender Diversity bringing data to the table, end quote, we get our first decent speculation on and inclusion of non-binary people in our scientific exploration of the issue. The report states that, quote, the terminology used to describe one's gender identity is rapidly evolving and includes man, woman, pangender, agender, bigender, genderqueer, and androgyny, among dozens of additional descriptors. Beach et al., 2018, page 3. There's more review of twin studies here, and it's framed more effectively than the previous material on twin studies. This time the focus is primarily on heritability. The review notes that of the studies where heritability was actually relevant, quote, about half of the studies investigated masculinity and femininity. In brief, these constructs imply that masculinity and femininity are exclusive endpoints of one dimension. Masculinity is defined in terms of being aggressive, dominant, and independent, and femininity in terms of being warm, sensitive, and nurturant. Masculinity and femininity are usually measured with items reflecting sex-specific behaviors, feelings, or even cultural stereotypes as part of personality questionnaires. Example, I am often the leader among my friends, or
oh my God,
I
not
am
the
a kind
personality,
and gentle
not
person.
The personality questionnaires.
The one-dimensional approach has been criticized as many other less stereotypic characteristics that might also be highly relevant to conceptions of masculinity or femininity are missing in the standard measures. Beach et al., 2018, page 9. The review does some work to reframe and ameliorate this conflation, but unfortunately I believe this entire approach should be scrapped. It says nothing, absolutely nothing, about the authenticity or legitimacy of a transgender person's gender identity to grade that in terms of conformation to stereotypical gender roles. However, this is overshadowed by the fact that a great amount of even the material that the study considers relevant to determining heritability isn't really even about being transgender. It explicitly says, quote, Lippe and Hirschberger, 1999, studied a relatively large sample of 839 monozygotic and dizygotic same-sex twin pairs on measures of masculinity, femininity, and gender diagnosticity. Beach et al., 2018.
Gender diagnosticity?
This is worse than just conflating one's gender and gender expression from Riley. If you were to take this as a point in her favor, then you'd be arguing that being a trans woman is the same as being a feminine man. A recurring feature in a lot of this review is the use of gender identity to mean masculine, feminine, or other traits. This is different from the colloquial use of the term, which is important to note. Riley's next source is a review titled Neurobiology of Gender Identity and Sexual Orientation, published in 2019
okay, so,
in the Journal of Neuroendocrinology.
I feel like
it primarily
how many
covers
sources
sexual
were there?
identity
Like 6 or
and
7?
sexual orientation.
Oh my
This is a funny inclusion for Riley to make, as some of the best material supporting her claim comes from twin studies, and the review states, quote, evidence of a genetic contribution to transsexuality is very limited. There are few reports of family and twin studies of transsexuals, but none offer clear support for the involvement of genetic factors, end quote. And later, quote, overall, these genetic studies are inconclusive, and a role for genes in gender identity remains unsettled. Roselli, 2019. It's interesting to see her strongest sources be contradicted this easily, although to be fair, that's sort of what I'm doing. The section in this article covering gender identity is short but very illuminating. Riley's final source for this point is a policy statement from the Endocrine Society, which reflects her wording of a durable biological element. A lot of Riley's sources are policy positions, as you can see, which, while not entirely objectionable, does disappoint on a scientific front. I enjoyed the reviews and studies much more because they allowed us to look at what these studies were specifically measuring, and how, which you'd need to look at if you wanted to develop a critique. A policy statement could make a good argument rhetorically, but doesn't actually provide evidence beyond citing studies themselves, which is something I wish Riley had done instead. The statement is nothing we haven't seen before by now. But what's interesting is that I've lied to you again. This wasn't Riley's final source for this point. She cited her own video again for whatever unknown reason. The description of the video once again has a link that redirects you to a web page for her research documents, which directs you to the document itself. However, a number of days after me writing that portion of the video, it seems her video has been edited out of those citation footnotes. I didn't procure a screenshot prior to that. If there's any way to check the edit history of the document, we could confirm what I've said here, but I hope you have enough faith in me to know that I wouldn't just make that up whole cloth for no reason. So what have we learned? Well, there's some interesting material correlating hormonal development and some twin studies that imply there could be a genetic component to being transgender, but the vast majority of that material fixates on outdated diagnoses or only tangentially related elements such as masculinity generally. If we have a broad, detailed, socially conscious concept of gender as a social construct, this material will not lead us to a solid conclusion that your gender is in your brain or any other part of your body for that matter. Gender is historically contingent and is reproduced socially at the individual and interpersonal level. Different sociologists have criticized and rejected this biologically centric approach for this reason. If we're ignoring that, then the conversation isn't nuanced. Some people have called Riley a true scum or transmedicalist. I'd like to say that Riley doesn't think you need to medically transition to be transgender, or at least I don't think she does. So calling her a true scum would be inaccurate. Calling her a transmedicalist is a little more complicated. She is literally saying there's a medical basis for being transgender, which medicalizes transness in a literal sense. I didn't want to make this allegation before looking at her sources, but I can no longer avoid saying as much. To suffix all of this analysis, I'd just like to say that it irks me on a professional level to see someone make what they call a research document with formal language and structure, with an official brand letterhead and signature, but literally no academic citations. Sure, the footnotes that hyperlink to other sources are there, but you can't click a footnote with your fingers if it's on paper, so this structure is unable to remain professional and also appear in physical print. Hyperlinks can also break. This is clearly a document purely for reference within the context of internet arguments, which is what a lot of debate streamer research documents are. You can hand-wave that away, but the people who wrote much of the work Riley is referencing knew better than to just hyperlink their sources. Even Wikipedia pages tend to be more professionally sourced than this material. I want to do more content in the future where I make reference to essay writing because it's something I actually have experience and training in. And I can't overstate how important it is to dot your I's and cross your T's if you want to be taken serious, like this format otherwise suggests. Riley, if you're watching this, or maybe if you're someone watching this who knows Riley personally, I want you or someone with access to load up that research document linked in the description, click on all the sources to get their information, scroll through the bibliography in the description of this video, find each APA-style citation that corresponds to the hyperlink in the document, and arrange those, for starters, as part of the document. In doing this, you will have done a fraction of the citation work that I had to do to make this response, and a tiny sliver of the amount that you should be doing to present your research document as reputable.
Damn.
Next,
okay.
I'd like to transition, pun not intended, into looking at some comments Riley made.
So there's a whole nother hour of commentary on other things that Riley Grace Rochong's Riley Grace Rochong gets wrong, from philosophy to like the categorical imperative to socialism and social democracy, and yeah, it's just a big bunch of, you know, this is what Riley gets wrong is the title of the video. So yeah, it was a lot. It was wow, I mean, like, you actually got me through the research, so thank you, and I learned a lot, and it is really complicated, and hence, like, what a conundrum it is to try to, you know, say that, oh, well, we've got these studies, and therefore we have, like, what we can credibly call a biological basis for gender identity, right? It's yeah, that seems like the research is not really there, right? And so yeah, there's another issue here. Anyway, chat, I am actually, okay, so here's the deal. We're playing Doki Doki, Literature Club. Why? It's complicated. But, yeah, we're playing that over on Twitch. Okay, so after the stream, I'm gonna, like, switch off here, and I'm gonna go onto Twitch. And it's gonna be a Doki Doki good time, over there. So if you want to see that, if you want to see me, face the, existential horror that is dating simulators, then you can follow me over there to Twitch, because I will be starting the stream up shortly after this. So yeah, thanks everybody for being here. Wow, my mind is blown. So thank you for that, Chariot TV. Anyway, much love everybody. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already done that. That's something you can do to help me. Obviously memberships help. Obviously memberships are going to come with not only what you see there, but we're also getting ready for some privileged information, and that for our members, for our supporters, right? That previously was the subject of some controversy, but in actuality, it's information I want out there. I don't really have anything to hide, so yeah, you're gonna get access to that behind our paywall. So thank you very much, everybody, and much love. Moe. See you on Twitch.